Yeah.
I see you've nearly done as many years as me on the council.
Right. Oh. I know, because you were on and you missed 2
Then
seats.
that went on and off and off.
I
Then
know.
I've been on since 21.
I know, but it doesn't seem like yesterday, do it?
No.
You're going to fight it outside.
No, we don't fight, we just argue. Oh, she gives
I heard you, don't worry, I heard you.
me born house. And I like the... And she gave me a lovely photo the other day. And then she chases me into the lift, complaining about the tree opposite her house.
It's the moon.
It's true, it's cut now. All that rubbish in Oxford Road is diabolical. They keep dumping it. You ought to put notice on that then. I know, I'm going to get on to it.
I've done it again.
Yeah, God bless you. But you've got to do it. There they are, am I going to get through?
I see Wendy is staying on the committee.
Recognise that lady, would you? No offence.
Let's have a look.
Early.
Only speaking the truth.
And you were just as bad as you're staying on.
Oh, I know, yeah.
See, I've done all right. Everybody's staying on.
Vote of confidence, yeah.
And I love the they say it's non-food.
Members, can you take your seats, please? Members?
I don't think that's working very well, do you?
Are we working, Simon? Members, officers, members of the public and press, welcome to the annual meeting of Gloucestershire County Council. May we find wisdom to carry out our duties, humanity to listen to all, the courage to do what is right, and the generosity to treat each other with respect. Simon, apologies for absence.
I've got Councillor Kate Cody, Honorary Alderman Bill Corralda and Gordon Shermer, and I understand David Drew will need to leave around lunchtime for a funeral.
Thank you, Pete. Any more apologies for absence, members? Agenda item 2, and I'm going to hand over to the Chief Executive, Pete Bungard, for the election of Chair of the Council for the 2022-23 civic year. Pete.
Thank you. Could I ask for nominations for Chair of the County Council? Mark?
Can I nominate Councillor Alan Priest?
Seconder, Councillor Lyndon Stowe. Do we have any other nominations for Chair of Council? No. On that basis, congratulations. You are reappointed as Chair of Council. Could I ask you to do the declaration?
Thank you, Pete. Thank you, members. Oh, thank you for that. I, Alan Priest, of 7 Greenacre Bream, having been elected to the office of Chair for the County of Gloucestershire, hereby declare that I take the said office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties thereof according to the best of my judgment and ability. I undertake to be guided by the Gloucestershire Code of Conduct in the performance of my functions in that office. Members, thank you very much for re-electing me. Just a few words. It's been an absolute privilege, honour and pleasure to have been chairman for the past 12 months. I actually look at it as a tremendous honour for the Lydney division. The support and commitment of the Vice Chairman, Stephen Hurst, has always been first class. Thank you, Stephen. Pleasure. In reality, all members and officers have been supportive. Special mention of the registration teams with whom I work closely at the United Kingdom citizenship ceremonies, and of course the Democratic Services team, in particular Michelle Pidgeon, who has to help juggle what sometimes has been a very full diary with all my various commitments. I'd also like to thank my family and those outside of the council environment which continue to support, and they know who they are. It's been great, sometimes challenging, travelling around Gloucestershire on bus, travelling, occasionally Shanks pony and the occasional lift, but in the course meeting so many wonderful and interesting people. Thank you, members, for your support, and I look forward to 2022-23 being a progressive and positive year for Gloucestershire. Thank you. Councillor Hodkinson.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate you, Alan, on being elected as chair again, and on behalf of our group, I think, thank you for being, an impartial chair where you possibly can be. And I know personally, we've had a good relationship over the next 12 months, and I look forward to an even better relationship over the next 12 months. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Grateful for your support on the group. Thank you very much. So, members, if we move on now to agenda item 3, which is the election of the Vice Chair, to elect a Vice Chair of the Council for the 2022-23 civic year. Nominations, members, please. Leader.
Can I nominate Councillor Stephen Hurst?
Seconder, Councillor Lyndon Stowe. Any other nominations, members, for the Vice Chairman? Well, Stephen, congratulations. No vote needed. You are duly elected.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you all very much for supporting me. Microphone. Thank you all members for supporting me in the last 12 months, and I hope to provide support again to you in the next 12 months. Many thanks. Best wishes to you all.
Thank you. Agenda item 4, minutes on pages 114 to confirm and sign the minutes of the meeting held on the 23rd of March 2022. Any comments or issues with the minutes, members? Councillor Hilton.
Yeah, it was just that I've been told that my name has been added now to the list of attendees. I was reported as speaking in council, but I was missed off the attendees, and I think the technical situation has now been resolved. Thanks to the officers for doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. You were definitely here. Any other issues with the minutes? Can I have a vote then, please? All those in favour of the minutes, please show. Unanimous. Thank you, members. Item 5, declarations of interest. Please declare any disclosable pecuniary interests or personal interests that you may have relating to any specific matters which may be discussed at the meeting. And I think you all know the usual protocol for that. Thank you, members. Item 6, announcements. Councillor Pam Tracy. Hello, Pam.
Can you ask us the lady to stand up so we can all see who she is?
Hang on a second. I haven't got there yet. To congratulate Councillor Tracy, who's been a Gloucester City Councillor for 30 years. And Pam is catching up with Councillor Andrew Gravels, who has now served on the City Council for 37 years. So congratulations to both. Pam, do you want to say a few words?
And also, I think Jeremy up was like with Andrew in Germany. He was been on the council too. I think, you know, they've also been on the council, but they have breaks in between. But it just seems like yesterday, and I don't feel I've done 30 years. But I've got to say thank you to the people who I work with. I was a CNA girl, still am. and CNA, when they asked me to stand for council, it was Frida Wilton going back in 89, because I used to do 89, there was a by-election. And what happened, they wanted me to stand, and we had this housing crisis as well, and one thing and another. And I said, I can't stand. I said, I can't talk, I won't know what to say, blah, blah, and here I am today. So I had to ask my employment, and anyway, blah, blah, I won't say what, and they gave me the okay. And so I worked for CNA for 30 years, and so the fitting rooms was my surgery. And they were all good, the girls, they never twitted or anything. And they say, Pam, they said, somebody's rang up for about a dress that we got in stock. I said, what is it? She said, housing. I said, cover me. And, yeah, I mean, Councillor Gravels can, you know, quote that too. But, you know, I used to have a surgery in CNA. But I never had a day off. I couldn't have a day off. I never had a day off my life working, because I also do the bars and everything. But it's also, you know, working with everybody. I would like that we work together. All our interest is to help the people of Gloucestershire and our wonderful city of Gloucester. And if you smile and you enjoy it, you'll keep doing it. But you'll cry. I was always taught you'll cry before you'll laugh. I still haven't cried yet. But it is hard going sometimes when you can't win it all. But, you know, I just got to think of the people who voted and kept me going. But I don't feel any different. But thank you all, and I think it's all the young ones coming in, like me, you know, stick at it if you like it. But at the end of the day, it's that man up there, and it's the people who put the cross by you, isn't it? Thank you all. And if you want any help,
Thank you, Pam. Related party transactions. All members are required to make a return as part of the council accounts. If you've not returned your form, you'll find a copy on your desk today. Can you please complete it and return it to a member of the Democratic Services team as soon as possible? If you need any help, I'm sure the DSU team will be there to help you as well. Thank you. Members' matters, as you all know, key information including details of upcoming meetings and training resources are available in members' matters. Forest Green Rovers. To congratulate.
What about Gloucester City? That's against 30 years. 50 years. That's against Gloucester City.
And Lydney Rugby got promoted as well, but I'm not mentioned there. Thank you. Forest Green Rovers, to congratulate Forest Green Rovers on their promotion from Division 2 to Division 1 of the Football League. I know that we have two very keen supporters of the club amongst the membership of the council, Councillor David Drew, who has a close involvement with the club for many years, and Councillor Steve Robertson, who represents the Nailsworth division on the council. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mark Priest, to congratulate Mark on his recent appointment as Chief Fire Officer and Executive Director of Community Safety. Levelling Up Conference, to remind members that the conference will be held in this room tomorrow, the 19th of May, from 2 o'clock until 5 o'clock. And finally, and very important, the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, to congratulate the Queen on the celebration of her Platinum Jubilee. And I know that members will be closely involved in celebrations within their local communities. Thank you. Item 7, public questions. And Joe, thank you very much for your up-to-date list. I believe the only member of the public here today who's asked questions is Chaz Townley. So we'll take the others as read and move straight on to Chaz if you've got a supplementary on your question number 14 and 15, please.
Thanks, Chair. Question 14, this question was intended to provide an opportunity for the County Council to accept there had been unreasonable behaviour in not referring objected orders to the Secretary of State in a timely manner. One of these applications in Bisley Parish was first applied for by a landowner to downgrade a route 32 years ago. Can the Cabinet member highlight any other process undertaken by the County Council where members accept such delays? Do you want me to ask the other question in terms of an answer for that, or do you want me to ask the other question on 15?
Ask the question now, Mr Townley.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
And we'll hand over to Councillor Smith straight away then.
Right. Paragraph 4.16, this is in reference to the exempted area of Gloucester City where there isn't a rights-of-way definitive map. Paragraph 4.16 of the rights-of-way improvement plan in 2011 refers to it as an unmapped area with no definitive map for the exempt area. When then was the city definitive map extended to cover the exempt area? This is actually fundamental because without there being a definitive map covering the exempted area, you can't make a modification application order for that area of the county.
Thank you, Mr Townley. Councillor Vernon Smith.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your post. First of all, yes, thank you, Mr Townley, for your questions. And can I take this opportunity to thank you for your dedication to this important issue. I do appreciate it, and I do appreciate you coming today to ask supplementary questions. In relation to what you're asking about as the Secretary of State in the last 10 years, we are concentrating on the first part of the process to forward to the committee for dedicated orders, the relevant orders for the committee to decide. So in relation, as I pointed out in my answer to your first question, this is the case that you relate is not a delay, but we are actually working through the process. We have put in additional resources to the council in the budget in February for 2 additional officers, and I do believe we will process through moving forward. In relation to question 15416, I believe you're referring to the 1983 Act. So obviously we publish a county definitive map, and that is a county definitive map that we have done since the legislation in 1983, and that will include the city area. But to talk in more detail, if you wanted to, when we start in motions, and thank you for coming in, I'm happy to chat with you further when we start the motions, because there is some more detail I can provide for you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, and thank you, Mr Townley. Item 8, Council Committees, pages 15 to 22, to consider the report of the Head of Democratic Services. Simon, do you wish to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the report is in 2 parts. The first one is the appointment of committees, and what I've done this morning is I've circulated an updated list with all the changes, and I'd like to thank the political groups for their cooperation in putting this together, particularly Imogen Ainsley from the Conservative group and Steve Radford-Hancock from the Lib Dems, because they've helped me in making sure that this is fully populated. So, like I said, the first part of the process is to adopt the committee membership on the report in front of you, the updated one that I've circulated this morning. So if you could take a vote on that, unless there are any changes that people have noticed.
Thank you, Simon. Members, are there any changes? Councillor Bloxham.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, in the list of chairs and vice chairs, there's no inclusion of audit and governance, so what's the position there?
I can, yeah.
Previously, audit and governance was listed in the Constitution under the heading of scrutiny committees, and at that time it was practice for County Council to appoint the chair and vice chair. We clarified that position a couple of years ago with changes to the Constitution which recognised that Audit and Governance Committee isn't a part of the scrutiny family, and the consequence of taking it out of that family is that the appointment of chair and vice chair now becomes a matter for the committee itself. So that was how the chair and vice chair were elected last year, and the same process will be followed this year.
Thank you, Rob. Any other comments before we go to the vote on the council committees, members? Nope, seeing no ones. So can I have a proposer that we adopt the council committees, please? Councillor Lyndon Stowe, and a seconder. Councillor Carol Allaway-Martin. Thank you. Members, all those in favour of the council committees, please. Thank you, members. Carried unanimously, Simon?
Yeah, so the second part of the process is to elect the chairs and vice chairs of the committees, the scrutiny committees, that are shown at 2.2 of the report. And again, we've got a fully populated list. So it's a case of council adopting that list unless there are any late changes.
Members, any comments or changes to that list? Again, I'm seeing no one, so again, can I have a proposer and a seconder that we take them on block? Councillor Mark Hawthorne and Councillor Lyndon Stowe. Members, all those in favour, please. Thank you, members. Unanimous again. Simon, thank you for all your work on that as well, and the political assistance. Thank you. Item 9, members, pages 23 to 28, the corporate parenting. Councillor Stephen Davis, Cabinet Member for Children Safeguarding Early Years, to present the corporate parenting report. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. The big news that is not new news is the results from the Ofsted inspection. As I'm sure you all know, we moved from inadequate to requires improvement across the board. This is good news, and we should thank the staff for the hard work put in to achieve this improvement, as well as during the inspection itself. I'd also like to say that I thought the coverage in the media was generally fair, if a little light. But this is probably the last time we will do thanks, as we now need to focus on moving forward. Our objective remains to get to good and beyond, and as a result we are developing an improvement plan. And my one observation would be, in some ways, the report, which is, if you read it, is very positive, does pose the challenge that we have examples of good practice across the board, and we need to drive much more consistency in the service. The next corporate parenting meeting is on the 7th of July, and the agenda items are listed in the report. The one-page profiles have been loaded to a secure website where children in care and care leavers can access this with their social workers. And we're looking at how we can promote this across the relevant population more widely. Sadly, we still have less than half our counsellors signed up, and I will send out the form again for those who want to take part. Can I bring your attention to Foster Care Fortnight? We have a pressing need for more foster carers in Gloucestershire, as it is the best outcome for children who have to be taken into care. In the report, you will see the key numbers that drive our business. As is often the case, this is still a mixed bag, which reflects the continued challenge to tackle staff churn and the challenges of high demand. But there are some good signs, including re-entrance numbers, which suggest that we are now doing a better job and we're seeing a better outcome. And in-house foster care is holding steady with a slight increase, which is good, as and is reflected in the placement stability as a result. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Jeremy Orton.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your re-election. I was just thinking, he's ignoring me, he's not looking at me. I would put my hand up, and I just supported him to be Chair again, but there you are. I got the first question in. Page 25, can I thank Stephen for his report? 2.4, third bullet point, it says, increase the range of availability of foster families, children's homes, and safe and suitable supported and independent accommodation. That's the inspectors identified the need to do. I just wonder whether the Cabinet member could tell us what sort of resource implications this might have in not a revenue cost but also capital costs. And we know we spend a lot of money on building the Trevone facility, and there's another one planned. So I just wonder what you think you're going to need in resource terms to be able to deliver on that inspector's request.
There is no additional cost to that, because it is already in the budget that we're going to build Trevone House 2, and that would be covered by inspection. So there's no additional cost to that requirement. It was something we were planning to do.
Thank you both. Councillor Colin Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's been a major part of our work for the last 5 years, really, is trying to get to requires improvement. We all know, it's been stated often enough, that the council's children's services were at a very poor state at that time. So actually a huge amount of work, and again I want to thank, as Stephen did, the amount of work that was done by social workers, the teams, everyone involved to get where we are. And where we are requires improvement, which is much better than we were, but we still need to be providing good services. Stephen mentioned the improvement plan, which will be, hopefully, we'll be seeing fairly shortly. But I think in that, we need to know where our ambitions are. And I really hope that it's headed up, that improvement plan says where we want to be, but more importantly, how soon we want to get there. What are the milestones to getting to good, to excellent, if that's our ambition? And that's really important that we have that, so that we're monitoring it, at each stage, The key performance indicators are going to be really important in that. And so I really look forward to seeing that, because right from the very start, it was said that this is going to be a journey, and a long journey. There will be hiccups on the way, but we need to get to good as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you for those comments and the question. So clearly we cannot get to good until Ofsted come back and inspect us again, which will probably be in at least 2 years' time. The improvement plan, I keep talking about good and beyond. I don't think we want to set timescales beyond good. We are looking to achieve good when Ofsted should return. And I received the first copy of the improvement plan this week and asked the same questions you just asked, which is, can we make sure we have key performance indicators? It has that terrible, there was always that danger of wanting to do everything in the next 3 months. Actually, this is a 2-year journey to get to good, and we need to build that into the plan. I also would like to stress that we intend to continue to have meetings like the Improvement Board, where this will hopefully garner cross-party support and input. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin, Stephen. Councillor Becky Oyland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your report. I just wanted to emphasise the early help. We had a good session in Scrutiny Committee about early help, and I just noticed that the Gloucestershire mentoring programme wasn't mentioned in the report, which I think is a really good thing, particularly for girls, that they're emphasising mentoring girls. And just how important early help is if we're going to try and prevent the number of children in care continuing to rise. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I would echo that. I also attended the Child Friendly Gloucestershire meeting yesterday, where early years was heavily covered and is part of the strategy around family hubs, which we're commissioning at the moment.
Thank you both. Councillor Ben Evans.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I would like to say, personally, Stephen, well done. Congratulations. I can only imagine the pressure you've been under in this. And also, I think it's fair to mention Richard Boyles, who was your predecessor, who I know worked really hard and really diligently taking this forward. Richard was a sergeant at Hester's Way, Nick, when I was a youth worker in the area, and so he and I have got some sort of history there, and I'm sure we'll probably bump into each other in the future. I think the congratulations go to the staff. I was talking to Stephen before the meeting started, and requires improvement is a difficult one, because you have to say well done, because it's better than where we were before, but you have to acknowledge it's not good enough. And it almost feels ungenerous to say that when you improve, but you do have to say it. And I think, I know that Chris Spence, and I think all of us as councillors will only be satisfied when young people in Gloucestershire are getting an outstanding service. And we shouldn't ever sort of rest from that, at the same time acknowledging that we're in a better place than we were before. You're right about this not being new news. I wonder whether it would be a good idea for us as a council to, in a future meeting in the near future, to look at the next steps and to debate it as a council, and to look at some of the questions that have already been raised. I know Stephen's saying about the improvement plan, either in this forum, or if not in this forum, then maybe in a full council one separate to this, because it's such an important issue. I'm constantly, as a youth worker myself, I'm constantly annoyed by how much focus roads get in the press, and how little focus this gets. Whereas actually for a council, I think it's one of the key and most important things we've got responsibility for. So I'm not sure as you know, I'm not sure on processes and procedures and how these things work, but I think it would be useful for us as a council to examine and to debate and discuss how we go from where we are at the moment forward.
Thank you, Ben. Councillor Stephen Davis.
Thank you, Ben. And thank you for your thoughts on that. And you picked me up on my mistake. I should have referenced Richard specifically for the work. I rather feel actually that Richard did all the work that got us to where we are. I feel my mission going forward is the next step, and that I own that and am responsible for that. It's very interesting on this requires improvement. It is a really unsatisfactory measure. It used to be adequate, which I think is equally unsatisfactory. We want to get to good, and that is the intention. We have corporate parenting on the full council agenda. I will take away the thought about whether we build something into that, where maybe we, at the next meeting, publish not the full improvement plan, but talk about the improvement plan specifically under that heading, or we do it some other way. I'll take that action away. I also I made the comment in my report that I did an interview on Radio Gloucester, and there were a couple of articles in the press, but very little coverage of our improvement and children's services, which is a constant frustration to me. It's interesting we get very little coverage. So we have a new press officer assigned to children's services, and we are working on a campaign to regularly find stories to take to the press. Whether they publish them or not is out of our control, but particularly of catching people doing good things and good things happening in children's services. So we have a campaign around that, because I share your frustration that it is not a service that is recognised as much as roads or even adult social care. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chloe Turner.
Thank you, and congratulations, Chair. Just a quick one. I really welcome the fact you've got the one-page profiles up and running, and I'm looking forward to seeing what comes with that. At the last meeting, there was a little bit of talk about what the council can do in terms of work experience provision internally within our many services, and I wondered if there'd been any more thought about that. Thank you.
I'm pleased that you recognise that we've got the one-pages up and running. I have to say I haven't made specific progress on that. I will take that away and apologise for that.
Thank you both. Members, Councillor Bloxham.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of our group, just wanted to echo what's been said. It's obviously welcome that the inspection result no longer says requires improvement. Clearly, given the classification system that we've discussed, there was only one way to go, really, which was to go up. So nonetheless, that's welcome. And obviously, we thank everyone in the staff team and the leadership team who've been involved in making progress. But as has been said by others, clearly we can't rest on our laurels, and we have to recognise that there are many challenges that face us in the next few years, and on a daily basis face children and young people in the county, and indeed our staff as well. So clearly children in need, we know the numbers are rising, those that are within the care system. We know the massive pressures that there are in terms of SEND provision for young people with mental health issues and disabilities. There's a significant issue about out-of-county placements, and there's been recent press inquiries revealing that there are over 300 out-of-county placements being made, and there's a challenge around the 16-plus category and making that transition into independent living. So lots of challenges ahead, and I look forward to us addressing those over the coming years. But obviously, thank you and well done, and let's make further progress as rapidly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. Councillor Davis.
Thank you for that. Just to clarify, we are now requires improvement. We were inadequate, and the improvement is not inevitable. It is the result of an incredibly large amount of work, and they did particularly call out the strength of the leadership in our children's services and the financial support given by this council to the service. It is interesting that the member only last meeting on the meeting before criticised the leadership of children's services. Ofsted disagree with him. I agree on the out-of-county, and that's why you will always hear me whittering on about fostering, because that's the important way to address that, though, as we have discussed before at this meeting, there are occasions where out-of-county is the right and sensible response. And I also welcome the comments on independent living, which is why we are looking for Tyrone 2, now identified as Southfields in Stroud, and are pushing that forward as the right way to help achieve that independent living, and look forward to cross-party support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Just regarding children in care, I mean, it is incredibly sad that we have 851 children in care. I think we'd all obviously agree with that, and the figure is increasing. It talks about unaccompanied children. Are we there talking about refugees, refugee children who are coming in that we are now looking after? I'd just be interested to know about that. And in terms of capacity, which remains a challenge, how are we dealing with this situation where children are required to go into care and we don't have the capacity? How are we handling that? And how are we going to build up some more capacity within the county? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So for children in care, yes, some of those will be unaccompanied refugees, both from Afghanistan, refugees coming across the Channel, but also the occasional, I think have had a case where a Ukrainian family turned up and abandoned their children, which therefore we have to take them into service. When it comes to capacity, again, I repeat, it's why we're very focused on foster carers, because that is the best outcome for children in care in terms of attention and help. And the comment made previously about out of county is often the result of how we deal with those when we don't have capacity. And I've also mentioned that we are increasing our capacity as well. Thank you.
Thank you both. Members, any more questions, please, on corporate parenting? I see no one. Councillor Davis, thank you very much. Item 10, petitions. I think we've got 2 petitions. The first one is Councillor Nick Housden to present a petition relating to the closure of the Elms Care Home in Stonehouse, and he's presenting it to Councillor Carol Alloway-Martin, Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care Commissioning. Councillor Housden.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is a petition on behalf of my residents in Stonehouse in relation to the closure of the existing care home at the Elms in Stonehouse. Thank you.
Thank you. And the second petition is Councillor Joel Harris and Councillor Rebecca Halifax to present a petition calling for the resurfacing of Victoria Road in Cirencester to Councillor Vernon Smith, Cabinet Member for Highways and Flood. Councillor Harris.
Yes, this is a funny one because it's in Rebecca's county division. So Rebecca, you're the responsible county councillor, but it's in my district ward. Hence the reason I'm here as well. And yeah, it's to resurface Victoria Road in Cirencester, which is a main road, a residential road, but a very busy main road through the centre of Cirencester. And it's fair to say that driving over it at the minute is a bit like being on safari. There are that many potholes. So we hope to get that resurfaced. So Rebecca, should we do the honours together?
Thank you both, and thank you, Councillor Smith. Item 11, the motions on pages 29 to 36. The Council's constitution provides for a maximum of 2 hours debate on motions. The time limit for member speeches is 3 minutes, and the time limit for proposing a motion is 5 minutes. In accordance with Procedure Rule 10.2 in Part 4 of the Council Constitution, the Chief Executive has prepared a short accompanying note for each motion in respect of any implications for climate change, resources, human rights, and any other pertinent factors they may wish to include in accordance with the Council's policy framework. So the first motion is motion 900, inquiry into GCC's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, and over to Councillor Ilton.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, before I start, to just thank everybody that was involved during the 2 years of the pandemic, all the public sector workers and staff that worked so hard to help the community during the height of the pandemic. Also those community groups that got involved in supporting local residents, but also the individual volunteers. I think we know many of those as well. And also the councillors. I don't know about you, but I found the first period of the pandemic one of the most difficult times in my time as a councillor. For over 30 years, I've never been so busy during that period with inquiries. Casework seemed to miraculously go up as everybody was stuck at home. But also I want to make a point that I've changed the resolution, the first bullet point in the resolution, to change the text from calling to an independent inquiry rather than a public inquiry, because I think, having seen some comments made by the Leader of the Council, I need to clarify that we're talking about an independent inquiry carried out by Gloucestershire County Council, the terms of reference being set by the Corporate Governance Committee. And how we do that is dependent on what the Corporate Governance Committee sets. We're not talking about a legal public inquiry. That's not within our power, and I would agree with the leader of that, but it's not within our power. Can I just say, Chair, it's now 2 years since the beginning of the pandemic, and we now think it's over in the UK, but COVID-19 is still endemic. It's not a pandemic, it's endemic, and we know that 98% of the public have immunity, either by natural immunity or by vaccination. And I think there's quite a number of us in this chamber that have had vaccinations and also had the positive tests. So we've had it that, but we know that hospitalisations are right down. Chair, I found out that the stats for the number of people now in intensive care in the UK is just 3 per million population, and that might well be that some of that is comorbidity rather than just directly COVID. It could be people in for other illnesses but have the virus inside them. It has been a tough time. Two of my friends of a similar age died from COVID, both before the vaccinations were kicking in. One quite nearly there. With a few more weeks, he would have been vaccinated and he would have survived. So we all know that. Unfortunately, in my family, everybody survived and we've all been vaccinated. But in Gloucestershire, we've had 1,535 deaths and 487 in our care homes. And we know that there was problems in the beginning of transferring patients from hospitals into care homes. And there are things that we, in hindsight, we would do differently now. And the purpose of having an inquiry is to look at what we did well, what we did okay, and what we would do differently next time. Because we might well have another pandemic. It might not be COVID-19, it'll be something else, and therefore it might infect us in a different way. We had, of course, the AIDS pandemic or infections during the 1980s, a totally different form of transmission. But we do need to make sure that we learn everything that we did, and whether some of it can be transferred to other crises that we might have, but also make sure that our emergency plans that we have for dealing with any pandemic are up to speed, fully knowledgeable, and take the lessons that we need to learn from what's happened in the last 2 years. This is not an attempt, Chair, for any blame game. This is an attempt to understand and learn and to make sure the public of Gloucestershire are better protected in the future. We had an inquiry in 2007, a scrutiny inquiry into the 2007 floods. It was well regarded. I think it won awards. Didn't it, Simon? Yeah. We also had an independent inquiry into the Cotswold Water Park thing. That was carried out by the former Chief Executive of Gloucester City Council, Graham Garbutt, did it independently. I don't know what the best way to do it is, but we can make that decision at corporate governance. But, Chair, this is a positive motion. This is about finding out what we can do better to help the public in the future and to learn from the past. And to reject the motion, I would say, which is suggested in the press, would not be the right way forward. I ask everybody to support the motion.
Councillor Elton, thank you. Councillor Spivey, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now, thanks, Chair. Thank you. I'm very happy to support and second this motion today. Wow, God, the pandemic has hit us all, hasn't it? We've all been affected by what's happened here, individually, as families, as communities, as a nation, in fact, as the entire world. So I think it's really, really important that we bring this back to a local level, though, because I think that is where we were affected. I think that it's really, really important that we hold this inquiry and look into this here rather than just relying on the national inquiry. You know, we did some brilliant things here. For example, the COVID hub, which was set up, where people phoned in and gave offers of help. Those that needed help could access it. And I think we're using that model now in our response to the Ukrainian refugee crisis. So it's just, you know, we did some really great things. And I think we should be looking at that. I think we should be celebrating that. And I think that we should be formalising those things so that we can take those learnings into the next crisis, and there will be one. There will be another pandemic. Scientists think that it won't be another 100 years as well. And so whilst it's also important to remember that, you know, we probably won't be here, hopefully, to deal with that next pandemic if it is in 80, 100 years. But so therefore, it's really important that we learn the lessons of what went well and what didn't go so well so that we can pass that knowledge on. I think that this is about you know, having this in the public arena as well is really important for everyone who has been affected. You know, over 1,535 people in our county died as a result of the pandemic. So I think, you know, for those people, for their families, for their loved ones, it's really important. You know, it's almost a form of catharsis that they get an opportunity to speak about what was right and what was right and what affected them. We owe it to them. For the leader to have suggested in the press that this is an expensive waste of time, I think, is to completely disregard the feelings of those families, of the bereaved. And so I think it's really important that we have this as a public inquiry. The impact of COVID has been devastating
20 seconds, please.
For all of us. I think now is a really good time to learn, to look at what we did do well, and then to apply those lessons for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spivey. Councillor David Drew.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your reappointment. Just to bring Council up to date, I mean, Andrew Gravels will know that I asked the question yesterday, because we had HOSC, of what is the current state of play in our hospitals. And the simple fact is, COVID is there. If you are admitted as an emergency, you will be swab tested. If you are clear, you will go on to a green ward. And if you're not, you will go on to red ward. So the idea that COVID has gone away, I think, is a myth. So all I would say in terms of this particular motion, whether it goes through or not, we owe a duty to our constituents to make it very clear to them that COVID is a clear and ever-present danger. And that at the very least, we could all do our bit, whether that's mask wearing on public transport, because coming on the train today, I am an oddity. Most people don't wear a mask anymore. And yet that is the way in which, of course, COVID is still spreading, and it is putting some people at danger. Thankfully, the number on ventilators, the number of deaths are way down. But we owe it as a duty to people to make it clear that COVID has not gone away. It's much diminished, and thankfully, the risks are much lesser than they were a few months ago. But to keep people out of hospital, and those who go into hospital with COVID, to make sure that they get the right treatment, because otherwise, you know, there won't be enough staff and the rest of it. So please treat this motion as a very sensible one that we use as an opportunity to make it very clear that COVID has to be borne down on, otherwise it will spring up again in the autumn and in the winter, and we will be back to where we were.
Councillor Drew, thank you very much. Councillor Tim Harman.
Thank you, Chairman, and also congratulations to you and the Vice Chairman on your re-election. We would all agree that the whole pandemic was a traumatic and tragic experience. It's worth noting recently from statistics that The United States recently passed 1 million deaths from COVID. The World Health Organization has indicated that geographical Europe has had more than 2 million deaths. Globally, it's difficult to get a figure. The World Health Organization has also suggested that the real death toll globally is far higher than any national figures indicate. So, we've looked at the motion, but despite what Councillor Hilton has said, we still cannot support it on a number of grounds. Firstly, I think it's clear that it would turn this organisation in on itself at a time when we need to be outward looking. My responsibilities in public health are actually to support the team. If you were to undertake an inquiry, be it public or be it independent, it would have a financial cost, but to me it would have a far greater organisational cost, because we would spend hours of officers' time looking backwards when we need to look forwards. If you are going to be an independent inquiry, you still have to have an independent chair, they would need paying, there would be all sorts of support. But my view is the public health team needs to focus its attentions on the needs going ahead. In the budget that we were passed from this council in February, we increased provision for spend on mental health. We increased spend on obesity in the child weight measurement programme. And those were at the recent adult social care meeting, Councillor Spivey was there, saw the need to support those people who we support through CGL, who suffer from addictions, be it alcohol or drugs. So I want the team to concentrate that, not be looking backwards. I think we should actually just take a moment, as Councillor Hilton did, to his fairness, to his credit, to remember the things that this council did do. And this council did magnificent work, not only the public health team, but all aspects of it, the school team, working with schools, the fire service, who delivered PPE, who supplied blue light train drivers to support the ambulance service. The fire station in Cheltenham was the major vaccination centre there. Also, our libraries had to be reconfigured. Every part of this council responded. It's worth saying that, by comparison, how are the devolved assemblies doing this? Scotland has agreed to have an independent inquiry, but Wales, which is run by the Labour Party, has agreed not to, because it wants to take part fully in the national investigation, the national inquiry. That's what we will be doing that as well. And I just leave you with the thought that this is an international and global pandemic that must be dealt with internationally and nationally. And I don't think anyone of us as a county can make much more of a contribution. But I'll just close again by thanking everybody that supported those who suffered from COVID in our county.
Thanks, Councillor Almond. Councillor Cathy Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was somewhat surprised when I saw this motion come forward. And I was somewhat, in fact, offended, because I don't think the Liberal Party here, or maybe it's just Jeremy who's put this forward, have really taken into consideration the impact that COVID has had and is still having, which David has just alluded to, locally. I mean, I know people personally who've still got COVID and who are very ill. And I really wonder why it is at this time they want to be doing this. I think it's somewhat naive to assume that it's over. We should be using what has been our strengths and positives that we've learned to help us through the future, the vaccination programme, the new viral drugs that are there, and other drugs that doctors have found that have helped people who are seriously and dangerously ill. The UK had the best vaccination programme in the world. Having any form of inquiry at this stage is short-sighted, and we should be sorting all our health and care workers at the moment who are still working out there, still very tired, still trying to manage this awful thing, and wait for the government's national inquiry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Carol Holloway-Martin.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to alert members of this council that, in fact, we do have a national public inquiry in place at the moment. We have Baroness Hallett, who was appointed in December last year to actually manage this committee, run this inquiry, and she has a significant track record of being really pithy and empathic and a terrier for getting the truth and not holding back on her recommendations and following them up for change. She headed up the independent inquiry into the 7... Sorry, emotional here because I was there. the 7/7 bombings in London, where 52 people lost their lives. She headed up the inquiry for that and was very clear about where changes should happen in national and local policy to protect citizens of this country. The inquiry itself has already started in terms of gathering evidence and looking at the focus of the public inquiry, and it has changed track a little. The government had an idea about what it wanted looked at. She has actually changed that. She's made it much broader. She's looked at inequity. She's looked at all sections of the community who have been affected, all of whom have been mentioned in this room today. She's also identified that it is not the only pandemic, the only crisis we're going to have to face in the future. So for Baroness Hallett, this issue is personal and it's public, and she will do a very good job, I would suggest. She has spent 4 weeks meeting with bereaved families and people who have been directly affected by death and serious illness and ongoing issues related to COVID. She's talked extensively, as her team has, with members of all disciplines in all local authorities and nationally who have contributed to recovering us, getting us to this phase. She has invited and received feedback from more than 20,000 individuals and organisations, and this has informed the focus she is going to take on the public open inquiry which will start next year. She's got a group of individuals who are well versed in working with the public, working with research, working internationally to actually provide significant background papers and information so that that can guide the inquiry in asking really difficult questions of people. But also she's fair. She asks balanced questions, and she'll give praise where it's due, and she'll be very explicit about things we can do better in the future. She's not a woman that lets things sit. Once she's found an issue, she will pursue it, and she'll get things done so that in the future we'll be better prepared
20 seconds.
Than we were perhaps 2 years ago. So I have faith in the public inquiry. I have faith in Baroness Hallett that will do a good job, and she will bring the country along with her. The public inquiry element will be public. Gloucestershire has already made a submission in part of the initial consultation process to guide this process, and we're open to do that again as much as we can to assist this process. So lessons learned, definitely, but we've already learnt lessons and we're working with those at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carol Holloway-Martin. Councillor Paul Hodkinson.
Thank you. You know, I'm listening perplexed really to a lot of this stuff, because let's repeat back. Let's just think about 1,535 people in Gloucestershire lost their lives. Hundreds more have died since the government lifted all restrictions in February. That's the backdrop. This is a very sensible motion, and it's really, to me, about effective leadership. It's about how this council shows leadership, not only within the council, but also across the county. And what effective leadership does is it celebrates the good things, but what it does is it steps back, it reflects, it reviews, and it learns. And I'm not hearing anything here about learning. That's what I'm not hearing. Now, Tim Harman, you sort of talked about you and your officers. So my question to you is, how will your officers and you review what's happened? How will you do that? It's not at all clear. How would you do things differently? What things would you do differently? What things would you keep the same? Again, it's not clear. There's no process. How would you review your decision to say nothing about the Cheltenham races, for instance? How would you review the situation that happened in our care homes? How would you review what happened with testing and intervention? I want to know how you're going to do that. It's not clear. Now, you yourselves, as Conservatives, have said nationally that we are now living with COVID, and in fact your former Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, said that we'd already beaten the pandemic and we were the first to exit it. That was at the time, by the way, that many of us caught COVID in this council meeting, ironically. The Prime Minister, I use that term advisedly, has said COVID is over. And finally, Cathy, you said that the UK has got the best vaccination record in the world. Currently, as at yesterday, we were 21st in the world in terms of our vaccination programme. Yes, it's been fine, but it's not world-beating. So my final parting shot on this is 3 words: learn, learn, learn. Learn what we did well, learn what we continue to do, and learn what we change. There is no clarity at all how you will do that. We need to learn. That's why we should have this review.
Councillor Watkinson, thank you. Councillor John Bloxham.
Thank you. On behalf of our group, we are pleased to support this motion. Labour has consistently called for the holding of an inquiry as soon as possible, and we understand now that there is to be a national inquiry, but we also know that there are Gloucestershire issues. So, as has been mentioned, we know that there was an issue with local care homes receiving the discharge of patients from hospitals when they were untested. We know there was a particular issue for us with the decision to go ahead with the Cheltenham Festival, which proved to be a super spreader event held at a time when we knew there was a breaking crisis on our doorstep. And there's also the history in some of our communities around vaccine hesitancy. Only yesterday I was told that there were children who were attending for vaccination who were subject to harassment by anti-vax campaigners. We're a public health authority and we've got particular responsibilities related to that. So it's important that we do learn lessons and we look locally at what those might be. So it's welcome that there is a national inquiry, but that's national. That will be focused on publicity. It will be London-centric, as most national inquiries are. We need to discuss and consider here in Gloucestershire what are the particular issues and circumstances and what can we learn. We know in the future there will be other pandemics. Infectious diseases are predicted to be rising due to climate change, biodiversity loss and global trends. So this is going to be recurrent and we need to be prepared and we need to learn. So we would support an inquiry so that we and our partners can be better prepared for the future. And we think it would be helpful if corporate overview scrutiny were to have a look at how we can conduct such an inquiry which will complement whatever is discussed within the national public inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. Councillor Colin Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm surprised at the response from the Conservatives, and I was looking forward to a slightly coherent argument as to why we shouldn't have one now. But actually, we've heard both sides of it. Tim Harman is saying, oh, we can't possibly afford to do this. It's all too complicated and it would distract from the work that public health is currently doing. And within a few minutes, we hear that after this impassioned speech about how good a public inquiry will be, and I have no doubt it will be, and I look forward to that public inquiry, which is the whole country, and how the country as a whole works. We've already sent in a submission saying what works and doesn't work. So a lot of the work has already been done, for goodness sake. And I really would question this authority if no work, and we're not looking at what works well and not well. How on earth can you possibly improve without looking at what has worked and what hasn't worked? Tim Harman was actually saying, you shouldn't look in the past, you should look forwards. Actually, you do have to learn as to what went right and what went wrong. I mean, it's a nonsense. What we're asking for is the kind of really good work that was done on the 2007 floods. That was an excellent piece of work. It would be helpful to the national inquiry that we've got a very good idea as to what works, what doesn't work. There could be lessons which can be learned which are over and above a pandemic. Other emergencies can happen. So some of the learning we get from this pandemic can be translated and used in other situations. And there has been a few over time. And the whole point about something unexpected happening is you don't know what it's going to be, do you? Or when it's going to happen. So we need to actually learn from what has happened. And what it sounds like, what is coming across, is we're doing the work, but we're not going to tell anybody. And that's really worrying. That is so worrying. What have you got to hide that you do not want to pass on the lessons that you have learned?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rebecca Halifax.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a complicated point to make. I take on board Councillor Allaway-Martin's points about the national inquiry. However, if you apply that logic to national government, then one might question why on earth we have any form of devolved government or local administration at a county level, or indeed a district, town or parish level. The reason that we do is because national government cannot possibly have the level of discrete and granular look at local issues that a local administration can do. We need that granular look. In business, it is the duty of the senior leadership team of any business to look at the actions of that business and scrutinise them and say, did we do everything we could do? Did we do everything we should do? Is there anything that we can learn from our actions to see whether we should have done anything better? Could we have done anything better? It is the duty of any public body to serve its residents and to protect its residents. I cannot understand why we would not, out of our public and our moral duty, want to examine our actions and just check, is there anything that we can learn from our actions to see whether, should we be faced, and let's hope we don't have to be faced with, but should we be faced with such a situation again, is there anything that we could do better? That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Halifax. Councillor Andrew Gravels.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to the debate, it's disappointing that the mover and the seconder of the motion made no reference at all whatsoever to the sterling work that health scrutiny and to some extent adult social care scrutiny have been doing around this area. Councillor Hodgkinson, when he was speaking, he said, this group must learn, learn, learn. Well, I can assure you, Councillor Hodgkinson, not only do we learn, 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 but in scrutiny, we question, question, question. We question endlessly. And this time yesterday, we were in health scrutiny. David Drew referred to some of the questions that he was asking our NHS colleagues. And at the end of the meeting, as I usually do, I thanked our NHS colleagues for coming along to the meeting, for answering our questions fully. And I always thank them for their courtesy, for their diplomatic answers. And there is nothing hidden. Sue Williams was there for the first time as a substitute. And when she left the meeting, she said, Andrew, I learned so much. Everybody was so open about the work they're doing. So I don't need any lectures as chairman of HOSC about how to run a scrutiny committee or what scrutiny is doing. Let me remind Councillor Hilton and the seconder that HOSC has won national awards for the sterling work that it does. We are independent, we are non-political, totally non-political, but at times I do wonder if some of the newer members need to go on a scrutiny awareness course. We are doing excellent work, Chair. We don't hit the headlines. We don't go out running off to the press or to the radio people as soon as we finish our meeting. But believe you me, we learn, 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 and if anybody is in any doubt, we do question, question, question. At the end of yesterday's meeting, I made a point of saying to all of the elected members on health scrutiny, when we were looking at the agenda for the July meeting, does anybody, and members are here, they knew exactly who they are, do any members have any concerns on any outstanding issues that they wish to put on the agenda for the July meeting? One or two members came up with some good ideas. One was on NHS dentistry, and the other was on an issue which Helen Fenton was raising, and I'm happy to take those on, and that's what we're going to do. Not one person from your group said, let's take a look at COVID and the response of Gloucestershire County Council. So I suggest to Councillor Hilton and the seconder that you talk to the members of your group who were at yesterday's meeting and ask them what happened, and they will tell you that we had a discussion on COVID response in Gloucestershire. It was covered in one of the reports from our NHS colleagues. And just let me remind you where we've heard about the COVID vaccination records. Just let me remind you where we are in Gloucestershire. First dose, Gloucestershire, 88%. South West average, 86%. Second dose, Gloucestershire, 84%. South West, 82%. Third dose, 71% Gloucestershire, South West 68%. And there were times during the last 12 months when Gloucestershire were up with the best in the country. We are not hiding anything. There is nothing to hide. Recognise the good work of scrutiny. Let us get on with our job, and let the people who are working in the NHS get on with their job too. They give up so much of their time to take our question, to add another layer of inquiries, whatever kind, is just taking too much of their time. I've finished, Leader. Thank you.
Councillor Gravels, thank you. Councillor Brian Tipper.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best. Basically, since I put my hand up, some of the points have been made. The point is that I guess that there might be a reluctance to be totally open with the public until they've learnt the lessons going along the way. In other words, you make improvements or you look at situations, i.e. scrutiny, and the recommendations are made, and you learn from the figures whether they're making the progress in the right direction or not. And the whole point is that if you do that inquiry too early, you're going to learn nothing, simply because you haven't allowed the scrutiny process to take place. The whole point being is that if you're not making the right moves, you go back to square one and make perhaps another move. But what you need to do when you make your announcement to the public, you need to know it's the best you can do in the circumstances, but still continually move forward from that situation. You don't just go out and give figures out that could mean next to nothing, simply because you haven't allowed the process to take place, i.e. scrutiny, and frankly, you're wasting everybody's time. So please, what you need to do as a council is that we need to recognise the cross-party committees to arrive at the right figures and to give the public the best service we can give them. Not this, we want an inquiry. That's headline grabbing, but it's headline grabbing for the wrong reasons. So please, let the scrutiny process take place and let the improvement show, and then we'll make the announcement that we're going in the right direction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tipper. Councillor Joe Harris.
Well, blimey! I didn't expect this to get quite so heated. I don't really know what the issue is here. I really don't understand. I think surely a public airing of things that went well. I think the things that went well, because a lot did go well in Gloucestershire, things that didn't go so well, and the things that do require improvement. I don't really understand why that would be a controversial thing, or something that we wouldn't want to look at. So I'm quite surprised, actually. You know, listen, I had the probably unenviable task, and I take my hat off to all the district council leaders and all the cabinet members with leads on health for the hard work they put in during the pandemic. Because I sat through a lot of the meetings chaired by Mark and with input from many other colleagues, and you know, they were really useful meetings. But it was clear through that there are there were things that could have been done better, and there were things that we can do better, and I think we should try and learn from those, give them a public airing. You know, I'd say, what are you guys afraid of? Why is it whenever there's anything to do with just having a bit of a look, a bit of extra scrutiny at this council, the wall comes up, and suddenly we don't want to hear about it. And I think, you know, forget scrutiny awareness courses, councillor. Yeah, I think some of the administration could do with some self-awareness courses, because every time you throw the wall up, and every time that you know you go defensive, it just makes people go, well, you know, what is the problem here? Why don't you want to have a public airing? I don't think you are trying to hide anything, actually. I don't think any of my colleagues do, but it just seems to me, why is there always this resistance to having a bit more of a look, a bit more of a, you know, turning the stone over a bit more? It would seem, I know as a leader of district council, we'd engage with that. I know other authorities locally would. So I don't really know what the what the problem is. So it seems regrettable. If it's an issue of resourcing, then, you know, that's one thing. Then say that, you know. But it just seems to me that there's no good reason not to do this, other than the Conservatives simply can't be bothered.
Councillor Harris, thank you. Councillor Mark Hawthorne.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeremy, for that. So I just want to pick up on a number of points that have been made through the debate. And I think there are three reasons why I think we need to reject this today. The first reason, which has been clearly spelled out, there is a national inquiry. We don't have the power to hold a local public inquiry. I know Jeremy's amended the wording in his motion, but I think most of his members have still gone along and used that phrase anyway. And why is that important? Well, it's important for two reasons. Firstly, it means we have no power to compel people to come along and give evidence. But secondly, it will mean that a lot of the organisations that we will maybe want to ask questions of will not engage. So I cannot see, for instance, the local NHS engaging in a Gloucestershire County Council public inquiry when they will be part of the NHS England's national public inquiry, because a lot of what they did locally was based on national policy and guidance. Equally, I can't see care homes lining up to give evidence on a Gloucestershire County Council public inquiry, because again, they will be represented by some of their national bodies who will be giving evidence about the government guidance that was given regarding discharge policy throughout the pandemic. So again, we're not going to get into that. And I certainly don't think I'm going to get the Jockey Club to come along as part of that inquiry, given some of the comments that have been made by the members opposite today. So I think that is point one. Point two is, and this is a direct response to Joe Harris and many others saying that we haven't been open on this issue. I think Andrew Gravel set out the amazing work that's been done through scrutiny. There has been an engagement board running throughout the pandemic with representatives from district and other colleagues. Joe, I know you weren't on there, you delegated that to one of your cabinet members, but nonetheless that was going throughout the entire pandemic. But third and foremost, the real big issue here is the capacity and resource to be able to do this. Bearing in mind that no one's going to come along to it and give evidence anyway, it's the capacity and resource to do it. Point one, this will cost money. Independently chaired, officer time resource, which could be anywhere between £50,000 to £500,000 based on officer estimates on this, given the very issues that they will be looking at and addressing. But secondly, let us not forget that all those who will be invited to come along have got a day job. And do you know what? They're really busy at the moment. Public Health are doing a sterling job leading on our Ukrainian response. We already have over 500 guests welcomed into our county. What an amazing thing that is to celebrate. But they are really, really working hard to deliver that. Our NHS colleagues are still really struggling around discharges within hospital, and our adult social care team are doing a sterling job to support them on that. I can see the time, Chair. So that are the three reasons. I've got it in the corner of my eye. 3 reasons that we should reject this. There is a national inquiry which will do the job. Sorry, that's my... There is every chance that people will not engage with our local inquiry anyway. And our teams are really, really busy at the moment. Let us not add anything else to the already fantastic job they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor David Gray.
Thank you. I think it is important that we take emotion out of topics like this, because there are a lot of people in the room and obviously in our community for which this is a very emotional topic. But I think we need to come back to the word learn has been spelt out, and I hate to be very technical, but if you are going to learn, you need big data sets from which you're going to learn, and studying it at the level of the county is really not going to help us because of the scale of the issues, the complexity of the issues about demographics, ethnicity, urban concentrations, and the list goes on and on and on as to what is going to have an impact on the outcome of the pandemic and what lessons we can learn. So personally, I think we do need to leave it to the national review to come up with conclusions. It's absolutely appropriate that in Gloucestershire we look at our performance. That should be done through scrutiny, and particularly taking the output from the national review and looking at that in scrutiny to consider how, in our particular context, the lessons and conclusions that have been drawn at a national level, we look at what the implications are for our county. So I do think we learn. We're still talking about the origins of the First World War, what started the First World War, but doing it at a county level is like studying the origins of the First World War by studying the politics of Westphalia. It doesn't really, it's the wrong scale at which to look for solutions, to look for conclusions. So I think we should wait for the national conclusions and then put to scrutiny and see how what lessons we can learn from the applications of those at a county level.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Gray. Councillor Alex Eggenbarth.
Thanks, Chair. The classic line of, I wasn't going to speak, but I think we're forgetting here that this isn't just about us as officers and councillors and members of professional bodies, but it's also about the public. And I just remember back for when the pandemic, when we were hitting the first lockdown, and the hundreds of people, even in my division, who came forward to volunteer their time to help people, to make sure the vulnerable were being protected and had everything they need, and that scaling that up to the tens of thousands across the county. And they deserve to know that our county is doing everything it can to learn those lessons, so then their efforts weren't being potentially put in vain if we're thinking about how we tackle the next crisis that comes down the way. But just to pick up on some of the other couple of points that have been raised since I put my hand up to speak, we talk about data sets and analysing those and having that information. We have recently just had a census, and authorities have information from that census that we can look at. You talk about looking at large-scale data, that's true, but that ends up looking at very large-scale conclusions. And what has already been raised is the fact that we need to be looking at this in a granular level to make sure we are allocating the resource our authority has in the best possible way, rather than saying, oh, well, thankfully, the South West has X amount of hundreds of doctors, and it goes, well, that's fine, but we're looking at our own area. So I apologise to many members in the administration that this may come across as a waste of time and money, but I personally treat our residents with a bit more respect than that. And I think that as an authority, and I know I don't mean that to sound emotive, but the point is that we need to make sure that we are demonstrating that as a council, we are putting their needs first, not only now, but in the future too.
Thank you, Councillor Eggenbarth. Councillor Bernie Fisher.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on being re-elected and your vice. Councillor Hawthorne says people would probably not come along to our inquiry. If you don't invite them, you'll never know. Don't assume or prejudge. We want an inquiry to look at it openly, not with blinkers on. And I think it is a blinkered approach. I think the people of Gloucestershire do deserve a local inquiry. It's people of Gloucestershire who have died. It is people of Gloucestershire who have spent weeks, months in hospital, who have been bereaved, and have nursed people. We need to be accountable to the people of Gloucestershire and look at the inquiry. Thank you.
Councillor Fisher, thank you. Councillor Roger Wyburn.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your election. And I'm another person who wasn't going to speak, but I've been listening to this debate, and I mean, there is. I don't buy this idea that there is nothing locally to investigate, because there is. On the positive side, we set up in Cheltenham, as Mayor of Cheltenham at the time, a food network within days of the pandemic breaking, and instantly that food network run by the Borough Council is still going because of the poverty needs that we've subsequently run into. There are all sorts of positive things done with the Help Hub that's been spoken about. That all wants investigating and documenting, because we might be able to learn lessons for all that thing for the future. But the biggest single reason locally to me why we should be doing something is the Cheltenham Festival, the race festival. I had a constituent immediately prior to it going ahead pleading with me, why can't the Borough Council stop this? And of course the Borough Council didn't have the powers to stop it. But this resident suffered from serious breathing difficulties and had every reason to be extremely fearful of that kind of event taking place. And in the subsequent things I've read, it thought that 41 people lost their lives as a result, directly as a result of the Cheltenham Festival, and untold secondary transmissions which nobody can quantify. So if there was no other reason why we should have an investigation in public, I'll put it that way, for the pandemic locally, that would be it. Thank you.
Councillor Woyborn, thank you. Members, am I seeing any other speakers, please? Nope. So back to Councillor Jeremy Hilton.
Yeah, I think John Bloxham said it right. He said, we are a public health authority. Therefore, it's our duty to scrutinise what we've done, what we did well, what we didn't do so well, and make sure that we learn the lessons and get things right for the future. I must say the complacency of the three cabinet members, who would also be the three individuals I would have thought would be called before an inquiry to give their account of what happened during the pandemic, complacency is unbelievable. And I just wonder what they're trying to hide, what they're trying to hide from the other members of this council. And well, you said you were offended. I'm offended that you think that we were looking for. So I just wonder why. You also said that we've got the best vaccination in the world. I thought you'd like to see some stats I've just pulled off the internet on the double dose vaccination rates. And this is not all the countries, but Chile was 91%, Spain 87%, Uruguay 82%. Brazil 77%, Italy 79%, France 78%, UK 73%. And I know I had the jab. Which one did I have? I had the one created in Belgium. Because I know. So, you know, this is absolute nonsense. Everything was the best in the world. But what I find most disturbing about the response of the Conservatives is Mark Hawthorne, suggesting, one, we have no power. Yes, we do. We've had inquiries before. We had an inquiry into the Cotswold Water Park. It cost £10,000 for Graham Garbutt to do it. We had a full scrutiny inquiry into the 2007 floods, and the report is excellent. Bob Garnham was the chair, former Conservative member. So we've done it all before. We have the power. It's our job to scrutinise as members. And to suggest that people would not turn up to the inquiry if they were asked, public sector workers and people in the care homes wouldn't want to come and tell us, I think is really disrespectful to suggest that. That's why we should do something, because they won't come. You don't know that, Mark, at all. If you have an inquiry, I remember we had a debate about the levelling up. We're going to have a big conference tomorrow. People are coming.
20 seconds.
People will come and want to give evidence and tell their story. And to suggest otherwise, I think, is an insult to the people of Gloucestershire by the leader of this council.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Members, motion 900, inquiry into Gloucestershire County Council's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. All those in favour, please show.
It's 24. Yeah. 24 in favour.
And those against? (28) against, 24 for. The motion is defeated. Thank you, members. Motion 901, road safety in Gloucestershire. Councillor Paul Hodkinson.
Thank you. Right, new subject, road safety. And I know, I'm sure many of you will agree with me that on the doorstep, road safety is always raised as a big concern. It doesn't matter whether it's urban or rural. People are concerned about getting around the county, and they're concerned often that it's not safe enough. And there's good reason for that, because in fact, in the last year alone, very sadly, 14 people have lost their lives on our county's roads. And even sadder for me is 6 of those have happened just in my division alone in the first 2 months of this year, which is tragic. But I'm afraid it's not getting better. But nationally it is, and this is the interesting thing, because deaths and serious injuries on the roads nationally are declining, but in Gloucestershire, the number of serious injuries is actually going up, and the number of deaths has stubbornly remained the same. Last year, for instance, we saw 22 deaths and 302 serious injuries. The year before, 23 deaths. The year before that, 20 deaths. Many lives, therefore, are being lost on our roads in recent years, and hundreds of other lives that will never be the same again as a result of their injuries or the tragic loss of their loved ones. So something has to change. Now, in fact, we absolutely do welcome some of the recent work that's been undertaken by the administration. You know, the road safety workshops, regardless of the IT difficulties, were a good initiative. The hiring of a new safety and transport manager, the work to refresh the road safety policy, absolutely necessary. But we also have concerns. And the first concern is the new Road Safety Forum. This seems to be a predetermined move that appeared to come from the road safety workshops. It's an important step to bring together the County Council and the Police and Fire Rescue, but, the Fire and Rescue Service, but on the ground it feels like, to the rest of us, this has become a closed forum between the Cabinet member and the Police and Crime Commissioner and council officers. That's how we feel. Now, we know that that's going to report into Safer Gloucestershire, that's a body which hasn't met for a year and actively precludes the public from contributing and even watching meetings. So it's not open, it's not transparent. And we feel that rather than centralising this work and coming up with the same answers again, we need to go out to the communities, we need to ask them for their issues and help them. Because for too long, this council has a policy of simply reacting to data. If the data says this, we'll do this. Now, not only is this perverse, but waiting for enough pedestrian casualties to justify a crossing, for example, is to me too blinkered. Because our communities know what's needed. A lack of pedestrian injuries, for instance, on a certain road doesn't necessarily mean that a crossing isn't needed. It may show that pedestrians avoid certain areas, etc. And so we want to move away from this reactive policy and move towards a proactive road safety policy by working with our communities where they need it. Now, we all know that the highways teams work very hard, but the issue is the culture fed down from the political leadership at the top, which is always to find reasons why something shouldn't be done and why things shouldn't happen. It is constant in this council I've faced over the 9 years. We've got to reverse that. We need a formal mechanism to facilitate dialogue on road safety. So, what are we saying? We want to look for the stories behind the data. We want to understand this critical information. We want to lay down a number of resolutions which we feel will really push road safety up the agenda. And let me map those out for you. First of all, we want briefings to councillors on recent accidents and their causations. I know as a councillor, sometimes it's like pulling teeth to get that information. Secondly, ensuring that communities and all local authorities are briefed on the new road safety policy, so we all know what's going on. Thirdly, we want to enable the Environment Scrutiny Committee with the Cabinet to put together a policy for ongoing discussions with our communities about proactive measures that can be taken to make our roads safer. Now, we think these are excellent next steps, but they rely on the political will at the top to make it happen. I don't want to see another 6 people lose their lives in my division just in 2 months.
20 seconds, Councillor.
None of us want to see that. So therefore, what I'm saying to you is, I hope you will vote for this motion to put road safety front and centre and put our community's needs first. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Wyburn, do you wish to speak now, or?
I'll speak now, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Hodgkinson has eloquently explained why this motion is being brought to Council, and I share his great concern about the number of recent deaths on the county's roads, especially A and B roads. So I wanted to focus on 2 areas which I think should receive attention from members. Firstly, it's mostly the number of killed and seriously injured, so-called KSI, rather than the general injuries that is the biggest concern. Councillor Hodgkinson pointed out the need to concentrate on the KSI incidents based on both GCC's stats and the Parliamentary Committee stats, where they describe as staggering the difference between the best performing authorities over a decade, which are down 40 to 50%, and the worst, such as Gloucestershire's, which is up 27%. And the ONS stats per billion miles driven bear all that out. It's known that the difference between a minor injury and a serious one or a fatality is often the vehicle speed, so close investigation is needed urgently here, I suggest. This is not much about urban speed limits, but it's about the 60 mile an hour A road, which should be 40 mile an hour, or the 50 mile an hour B road, where motorists are driving along at 70 and more. And speeds in this county are generally too high. Secondly, I'm very concerned about the way the council gets to know about where to put its efforts, and more importantly, about where it doesn't know. We've lost the mechanisms for passing on valuable local knowledge, such as the Road Safety Partnership, and it's clear that future plans will not fill that gap. The Cabinet members' efforts with the Road Safety Forum are no doubt well-intentioned and to be commended, but only involve the police and GCC officers and fire, whilst relegating the community knowledge to elsewhere. And by the way, I'm sorry to see the new road safety policy has disappeared from the scrutiny agenda next week. For example, GCC are not listening to us about 2 junctions on the A40, where motorists will turn off the 40 mile an hour road and immediately encounter a cycleway crossing their path, but GCC have not agreed to any advanced signage to warn them. I'm all for the data-driven approach, but not when the local knowledge is discounted. In truth, you can write your car off in a collision and it doesn't count towards the statistics. If no one's injured, the police won't see that data, so a near miss doesn't flag the location as a potential danger spot. Nearly done. A more design-led and safe system approach is surely needed, rather than waiting to collect KSI data and then essentially playing catch-up as to where to act. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Wyburn, thank you. Councillor Dave Norman.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'd like to echo to the top table congratulations on both your nominations and carrying forward for a year. The administration has an amendment which I believe has been circulated. Is it able to be put up on screen or not? Could you stop my individual timer running, please? And when I start speaking, put it back to 3 minutes, would be appreciated.
That's an attack now, Dave. You've asked for the world, yeah.
You haven't got it.
That's the same living one we sent through Nottingham. Is it? Do you understand it? We'll put it on the screen. You read it.
That is it, yeah, yeah. You got it? Has it? It's been sent to you. Yeah.
Are the other groups aware of the amendment?
Yes.
Yeah. Councillor McFarlane, are you saying the Greens haven't seen the amendment? John?
You want a minute to read it, shall we, Chairman? 5 minutes, whatever?
Do you want a 5-minute break to catch up on it and read it? Is that sufficient?
Good.
Thank you. Return at 11:15, members, please.
Which is the real worry. Remember they interviewed...
I got my credit card, mate, but I wasn't going to pay for Twix.
No. They interviewed Newbar Gill Bacon, who was at the time the richest man in the world, who went everywhere in London taxi with a Louis XIV settee in the back as a seat for him. And they asked him how much money he had in his pocket, and it was about 100 threepence. He said, my driver carries. I look at circus car parks and it's a total waste of money. You look at America, where they've got millions of acres, and they stack them up. You pile them up. What a waste of money.
Yeah, you could put those cars above there, and then you could put somebody on that.
Yeah, something worth having.
Yeah.
A playground.
Councillor Hilton!
Thank you, members, and thank you, Vice Chairman.
Yes, you're around.
So, thank you, members. Back to Councillor Dave Norman and the amendment.
She's going to the loo. You'll have to...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're starting again and the clock's back to 3. That's great. Mr. Chairman, I would suggest everyone wants to see a reduction in the killed and seriously injured statistics across our county. We should have as our key aim Vision Zero by 2050. Indeed, at the LGA Fire Conference, I discussed with the National Fire Chiefs Council lead on road safety why the majority of road safety partnerships are adopting Vision Zero. After a long discussion, we both concluded that this probably can only be an aspiration. Realistically, we will only achieve a reduction by all those who have a statutory responsibility for road safety working collaboratively and encouraging all other interested groups and residents, bringing to officers' attention local issues and concerns. The Road Safety Forum will ensure all who have a voice and who want to be heard will be afforded that opportunity through consultation. Any dialogue will be open and transparent. County councillors must continue to engage with parish, town and district councils and ensure that the Road Safety Forum is advised of the concerns raised. Part of our developing partnership working involves the Gloucestershire Rural Community Council, who will be establishing public meetings across the county, ensuring all councillors are able to highlight local issues. Local highway managers will play a significant role in discussions. Highways have a duty through engineering, our Fire and Rescue Service a duty through education, and the police through enforcement. Officers working collaboratively are developing through this forum the Gloucestershire Road Safety Partnership. Forget the history and now develop joint working already commenced supported by the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner. It is great concern to read of the worsening position from the data on KSI statistics within Gloucestershire over the past decade, which has been referenced nationally. In my view, all who have a statutory responsibility must work tirelessly to address the fatal four: speed, distraction, failure to wear a seatbelt, and driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, which includes prescribed medication. Safer Gloucestershire will receive quarterly updates, and I can guarantee you that the Cabinet member responsible for road safety with officers will provide environment and fire scrutiny committees with a thorough briefing on the work to improve road safety when requested to do so. The road safety policy in draft form will be available for public consultation.
20 seconds, Councillor Norman.
Which obviously will include all levels of governance and hearing residents from across Gloucestershire. We've just launched, as you know, the 20 is plenty and community speed watch camera process, which is the first of its kind in the country. So please support this amendment. Let's move forward working collectively and try as hard as we can through the appropriate measures by listening and then reducing those statistics that exist today. Thank you.
Councillor Norman, thank you. Have you a seconder? Councillor Hawthorne, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? Thank you, Councillor Hawthorne. Debating the amendment, Councillor Graham Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. And as a Forest colleague and a good friend, congratulations on your reappointment. And I know you'll carry the beacon for Gloucestershire as you do for us in the glorious Forest of Dean. So well done. Road safety. I don't know what you probably all could drive here or you get here by some means, you see cars. I always say these generations today are getting faster and faster. You witness it coming into here. I witnessed it this morning. People tailgating other people, impatient to get past them, and the speed's unbelievable. So this county council do need to do something different. And I don't know how many road safety forums there are across this county nowadays, so I think there was a lot of demise when this county didn't facilitate them. Back in before Christmas last year, the driving instructors in the Forest of Dean got out of me in the shape of Mike Webb. And they asked me to reconstitute our road safety forum, which we did, and we had our first meeting in March. We have excellent input from our local fire service. We use local fire stations, and the glorious help from Roger Pickett, who's brilliant at his job, and the police and our county highways take part. And we do a good job. We got no links with this county-wide forum. Whether they got any links with us, I don't know. We're very, very lucky that the Forest of Dean District Council facilitate us through an officer called Dan Moran who works for Publica. And I know Dan runs a similar operations in other parts where Publica work for. What councils he works as road safety responsible for, I don't know. But it would be nice to have that link because you might learn something from us and we certainly would learn what you're doing at this county-wide level. We reformed this committee after a young mum was tragically killed, again, through young people fooling around, as I'm told, in the Forest of Dean, near a Colford area. Now, we didn't want to go back to a situation in earlier years where we had horrific young people dying in the forest. It led the driving instructors to set up a thing called Time and Place, where they went round the schools with parents, of bereaved parents who'd lost young people, to tell people in colleges and whatever, of the results of what happens when they took people's shoes round and all that sort of thing. It was very emotional, and it struck a chord. And that generation calmed right down. And we didn't want to see the same thing happening again. That's why Mike Webb contacted me. So whatever you do, you've got to realize that people are driving much, much faster. You've got the advent of electric cars that are fast, incredibly fast, and silent. So something needs to change. And it's just down to speed. And you see it every day. These cars go much, much faster. What the answer is, I don't really know. But we certainly got to do something. I think we would learn somewhat by having road safety forums locally, and you would learn somewhat in a county level, probably what we're discussing that you probably don't even know about. So thank you, Chair. I support the motion.
Thank you, and thank you for your kind words. Councillor Becky Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. 14 deaths on our road in 4 months. What other crimes would lead to this many deaths? Speed is one of the main causes of death, and yet why do we wait for accidents to happen before we do something? We need to put measures in place proactively to reduce speed, and in county-wide we need to be proactive. So I support this motion as well. Thank you.
Councillor Oland, thank you. Councillor Nick Houston.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your re-election, as many have said before me. Chair, I just want to speak on the amendment, which I'm fully supportive of. And I hear some of the comments from previous councillors that have just spoken, and I'll just take a couple of the points that were raised. The first is around local knowledge being discarded. This council and the 20 Community Speedwatch Fund, which we have launched, puts that absolutely at its heart. Residents, local community groups, parish and town councils have the ability, they know their roads the best. You know, we all know our areas in here, but I don't know a small country lane in one of the areas in Cheltenham. They might not know one of my areas in Stroud. Putting community groups at the heart of that fund and giving them access to bid on that pot of money, to have signage put up, to have speed cameras put up in the areas that they know are of the most concern is absolutely key. We've spoken about schools information, that was referenced earlier. I'm aware that 46 what-if shows have been delivered so far this year, with 27 schools being used around the county. That's fantastic, being able to educate the next generation around the issues that we all experience today, and giving them that information and that knowledge is absolutely key. Having a proactive approach has been mentioned. A community speedwatch fund has not been done in it before. It's the first in the country. So we are being proactive. We are trying something different, which was also referenced. I know one of the previous councillors said that this council needs to do something different. It is. It's got a collaborative approach around this fund. The Police and Crime Commissioner is involved. This council has set up this specific pot of money so that the very heart of our communities, it might not even be councils, it might just be a community group that have got a problem with a road. They have direct access to bid on this pot of money from the county council and get action taken on the roads that matter to them the most. So we are doing something different. We all are concerned by the deaths on our roads, and that's not just a problem in Gloucestershire, but that is a national problem that is of concern to everyone in this chamber and to many people across the country. So we have to think outside the box, and I'm absolutely delighted that Councillor Norman, along with the Police and Crime Commissioner, is doing that. This is the first scheme, which is the start of a process to deal with incidents on our roads. And it's a different way of working, thinking outside of the box. So I'm absolutely supportive of the amendment, and I think that we are making real good progress. There's lots to do, lots of hard work to come, but I'm really looking forward to the future and these plans coming to fruition. Thank you.
Councillor Oveston, thank you. Councillor Roger Wyburn.
Thank you again, Chair. I'm afraid I can't support this amendment. I don't doubt the Cabinet members' sincerity about wanting to reduce the number of road deaths. I don't doubt that for a moment. But this mechanism on the amendment is essentially the one that we've got now. And it's one of two things. It's either the local parish council or we'll stay with the parish council because the highway manager won't even talk to residents' associations. So it's either the parish council or, in the case of some of our divisions, you might have 20 parish councils talking to the highway manager, or it's the county member trying to negotiate his way through the labyrinth of departments and sub-departments within highways, either on his own or via the highway manager. And the highway managers are doing a great job, but they're as frustrated as we are. because they can't get anybody to listen or to engage. And we haven't got a mechanism on that amendment that really going to give you any proper engagement between residents' associations, parish councils and this council over the things which they see daily in their areas where they know that they could input very positively to improving road safety at black spots before you get that fatality or very serious injury at that particular place. So I'm afraid this mechanism that's being put forward, with all good respect to its goodwill, is not going to work, and I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Wyburn. Councillor John Bloxham.
Chair, I would like to oppose the amendment and support the motion as has been tabled. Many communities will welcome the fact that there's a fund being announced to bid for initiatives, but we know that in practice many of the initiatives that our communities want, in particular a reduction in speeding limits, that they will be blocked by policy. So the questions are, when will the draft policy be available? It's interesting to hear that there are plans coming to fruition. So the question is, what plans? It's not on the agenda for environment scrutiny next week. I have asked the Cabinet member when we will get sight of this, and the advice is when it's been agreed by Cabinet. Yet I went to 2 parish councils on Monday of this week who told me they've been briefed by other Conservative councillors on the nature of the proposed plan. I went back to the District Council last meeting in Stroud and listened to the debate on road safety, where it was quite clear that there were a number of dual members from the other side who clearly had a detailed brief on what is going to be proposed. So it seems that selective, and I would say partisan, briefing is going on. What the motion seeks to do is to ensure that all communities and all levels of governance are thoroughly consulted. There's been reference to the need for a collaborative approach, and I think that starts here. If you want people to be on board and all communities to be involved, there needs to be proper information sharing and not selective briefing.
Councillor Bloxham, thank you. Councillor Terry Hale.
I don't want it to happen again. Just to say what Graham said, just to reiterate that, I've been on the group in the Forest of Dean probably 10, 15 years, time and place we started with that. But as soon as I got into the rural communities as county councillor, I done Colford first of all, now I'm in Drybrook, Lidbrook. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of my parishes all signed up to a road safety group that I organise and run. We get plenty of help from the police and the fire service. And we've done a really good job, and you know, you've got to keep on. But I've funded most of these speed cameras. The data that comes off them, we take to the police take the notice of what's happening, and I've actually got now that we can, if I can find the pads where the camera van can position itself off the road, I can get those vans out, and they're absolutely marvellous. So we can actually do it. We can actually do it ourselves as councillors if we put our minds to it. So there's no need to. You know, I support this all the way. You know, I think it is. Graham and myself worked at Steam Mills, where we part funded another camera there, and there's no reason why we can't do that. You know, it's really good to actually join forces, and that's Sinniford Town Council. So please, you know, I support the motion, and thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hale. Councillor Lisa Spivey, please.
Thank you. I absolutely support this motion. I won't be supporting the amendment, but I do want to speak on this substantive motion and why I'm not going to support the amendment. I think it's really interesting to hear, I can't remember who mentioned it, about thinking outside the box, because I represent a division, I've got over 20 parish councils, many of them are rural communities, and what we find is, essentially, we are subject to what is essentially a form of rural discrimination, because we simply do not tick the boxes. So, in many of my villages, there are not enough accidents. There are not enough people being killed or seriously injured. And that is absolutely shocking. We simply don't tick the box. So therefore, the highways managers, the police, etc., are hamstrung by this thing. And my communities feel like they're bashing their head against a brick wall, because every time they say, we just don't feel safe. We don't want to walk on our narrow or non-existent pavements through our village to get to a community group or go to the shop or go to the post office, because cars are whizzing by and we don't feel safe. And they're told every time, oh, sorry, computer says no. It's essentially like that. Every time they're told, yeah, but there aren't enough. There aren't enough. So it's really time that we take that and we really question, we genuinely think far outside the box and really get to tackling what this criteria is, because sometimes those in those communities simply are not, their needs are not being met. I sat recently with the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner, and he said, listening to communities, if you don't feel safe, then that needs to change. And it does. And that change must start here. We must really support this, because it is affecting people's lives. And that's the other thing which doesn't come into the decision-making process, is the health and well-being of our residents, who simply are anxious. They are scared to go out and they don't feel safe in their communities. I think it's really important that we tackle this head on and that we genuinely think outside the box and see some real change for those residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spivey. Councillor Vernon Smith.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just mention a couple of points. I was very concerned when the councillor said the lack of engagement with the local highways managers. And from a highways point of view, I am aware of all our local highways managers, and I think we've got a great team, and they certainly will work with members, parishes and local residents. If there are any councillors that you feel there's an issue, please contact me direct. But I do find it hard to take when I hear that, because I know our team, and our team is really good, highways team, our local highways managers. They do a real difficult job. They're always out there working on our behalf, and I would just urge that if you have got somewhere where they haven't engaged, councillor, please let me know and I will take that up for you. On to the actual policy, road safety policy. I thank Dave Norman, and I thought what Councillor Housden said was brilliant. It is out the box. And why it's out the box is because I've been a civil engineer for 40 years, and looking at this policy that we're moving forward, it really is progressive. I'm not going to go over all the details in it. Please talk to your local highways managers, talk to your parish councils. I do think this is a fantastic policy, and once again, thank you, Councillor Norman and the team, what they've done. It's a fantastic idea. It's a great policy moving forward. There are lots of opportunities, because road safety is paramount in the county from a highways point of view alone. It is paramount. We do need to work. So I urge everyone to support the amendment. It is a fantastic policy. It is a fantastic scheme. And I would urge everyone in this council chamber not to play politics. Look at the detail and vote for the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, thank you. Councillor Joe Harris.
Road safety is one of those issues that people right across the county, be it the man or the woman in the village walking down the country lane, or be that the young people in the urban conurbation. Road safety is an issue for everybody, and whenever I go to our parishes or community groups, it is one of the #1 issues. And what frustrates them more than anything, and what puts them off actually trying to be proactive about a solution, is engaging with the county council. That's regrettable, but that is the facts, because they feel that in order to get any change on road safety, be that a TRO, be that just some signage or some lines painted, it does feel like that computer says no mentality seems to prevail more often than not, and it is incredibly frustrating. And there's no need for it. There's no need for it if we can work proactively and engage with our communities. You're quite right, our local highways managers do work very hard, but they are overworked. They are overworked. They do a brilliant job, but they are overworked. And Vernon, I want you to do something about that, because it is not fair on our officers. Give them more resource, because they are overworked. And because they are overworked, it's on issues like road safety that unfortunately we don't get the they don't get the time, the airing that they deserve, because of course everything is on resurfacing or fixing the appalling potholes right across this county, which don't seem to be going better despite big pronouncements on funding. So we have to do something on road safety. We have to act. Something has to be done. There seems to be willingness across the piece in order to do it. But what we need to do at this council, and what the administration needs to do, is put its money where its mouth is. It's all very well, paying lip service to this issue. But unless we get a plan of action, unless we make it easier for communities, for individuals to help affect road safety, and help their county councillors help facilitate that, then we're not going to get any further forward. We need to swap. On road safety, we need speed limits to be as slow as GCC currently are on tackling road safety. Let's swap that round. Let's get speed limits down, and let's get the speed of trying to do something on this issue within the county council. Let's put our foot on the accelerator. Come on, guys, we can do this. Unfortunately, I think this amendment undermines that.
20 seconds. Thanks, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Brian Tipper.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, my apologies for not congratulating you and the Vice Chair on your reappointment. Very well deserved. You're both very good at your job. Thank you. I'm going to support this amendment, but some points have been made with regard to the reporting of accidents or near misses, and they're being ignored. And in particular, with the granting of planning permissions, and after being addressed by the head planning engineer probably about 4 or 5 years ago, with regard to the system that they adopt, and frankly, they do ignore near misses and that type of thing. And in particular, we've got one planning permission now, because planning permission was granted and no comment was made by county. District council then took that as everything's okay, but they ignored certain facts that we had presented as a parish, and we've really got a problem now with regard to dealing with it. All I'm trying to say is the amendment is well meant. It is a way forward, and surely it can be tweaked going forward. But what I'm trying to say is that some points have been made on the other side, in that basically we have got to look at ourselves and say, are we really serving our public with regard to how we look at near misses and that type of thing, and in particular near misses outside schools. Schools is a county-wide, nationwide problem. Why is it that we've got to put it with the one school I counted 240 odd cars outside the school, to pick up the children from school. So all I'm trying to say is some points have been made. I think that they're being well made, And but I am supporting the amendment because it is a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tipper. Councillor Bernie Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Smith said, let us know. I'm on my third highways local officer since I have been a county councillor. One was promoted and then left, the other just left. The one I've got now is, I can say it, and I've told him this, he's the best one I've ever had. And he's doing a reasonable job. But he has got responsibility without authority. He has got too much on his plate. I'll give you a small incident. I have a road in my division called High Lane. 3 years ago, the speed indicator packed up. It's a battery-operated one, solar power. Mainly because the landowner adjacent conifer trees had grown to a great height, as they do. 3 years later, despite many requests, even offering to buy a new one with my highways local money, we haven't got one. In those 3 years, we've had 2 pedestrian accidents in that road. One, I'll be honestly fair, the speed indicator would probably have made no difference at all because it was the other end of the lane. But the one may have been prevented. Now, if I can't, even by offering money, to get something replaced, what faith have I got in the schemes going forward when I've got my best highways local manager I've ever had, but he can't do the job? And he gives me lots of reasons why we can't put the speed indicator up, but it doesn't happen. They talked about cutting down the conifer trees to get the battery to work. They checked it out 2 years later, it doesn't work anyhow. I see in the Forest of Dean, because there's a lot of trees in the Forest of Dean, they put the solar panel on the top of a scaffolding pole right up above the trees. When I requested this, it was low. I was asking for something from the other end of the world. We don't have the will to do it, and road safety is important. This lane approaches a school, a very large primary school. We have no 20 flashing lights there because we're told the road is too busy to put them on. This is not happening. I support the original motion, but I don't support the amendment because it won't make things happen.
Councillor Fisher, thank you. Councillor Steve Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations to you both for this coming year. I listened to what colleagues say the other side of the chamber, and Vernon. I haven't had a local highways manager for 9 months due to our health, but the other guys are having to pick that up, and they're doing a great job. But they are strained, and it's very difficult, as Joe and Councillor Spivey said. We've all got our lanes, and although I'm pleased that Dave Norman was able to support our 20-mile-an-hour limit that we've been working on for 9 years, that is almost there now. But we couldn't have the lanes included. We could only have the normal track roads. We couldn't have all the lanes where there's no footpaths, which was very disappointing. But Dave, as well, I would ask you. Several people have said, you know, we all want to get on board cross-party, but is there no way that the forum that you've set up, that we could at least have one person from each party on that forum, so that we all get to know what is being discussed? I would ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Chair, and again, congratulations. Boy, there's so much that could be said on this topic. I think in the last several months, for me, road safety concerns have vastly outnumbered even pothole concerns from my constituents, and I get a lot of pothole requests. Like Councillor Spivey, I have several rural parishes in my division, and just to give you one example, there's a quite dangerous junction of Foster Hill and the B4066 near Yulee. It's absolutely treacherous. It has been flagged as dangerous by residents for well over a year. I think I inherited this issue from my predecessor. I get regularly sent terrifying photos of cars that have gone off the hill and ended up in a hedge. It is really quite serious and quite bad. And residents want dialogue on this. It's on a hotspots list. It is with my quite good local highways manager, the same one that Steve has. He's doing a fantastic job, very, very pressured. But residents really want to be able to engage in this process. They know that improvements will happen, but they don't know when. They know that design improvements are being discussed and proposed, but they're not able to be involved and to share their local knowledge on this junction in the process. And I think that is a key missing piece. They would be perhaps happier to wait if they knew that engagement was possible. But right now, it's a, no, leave it with us. We'll come back to you when we have some ideas. We'll run them by you. And I don't think that's actually good enough. I think there is good local intelligence from local residents that we need to engage with. And I think it would be better to find a good process to do that. I support the original motion. I do not support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Saj Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and like everyone else has already stated, congratulations on your reappointments to yourself and your deputy. Road safety, obviously a real concern and an issue, not just across the city, across the county, but nationally as well. Just a few weeks ago, I had the Cabinet Member for Highways, Councillor Vernon Smith, meet me in my ward where there's some serious safety concerns with illegal parking, and we looked at that and we looked at a way forward, and it's something I've also discussed various times with the officer, the highways manager, during various meetings and site visits. And I'm pleased that we're looking at, making some progress and going forwards with that. Also, the point about potholes that Councillor Joe Harris has made. I mean, I'm really pleased that in my ward you could probably count the number of potholes on one hand. And that's probably partly down to the fact that I do try and be proactive. I do get around, and when I spot things, I report it. I think the problem in some parts of the city, or probably some members on the opposite side of the room, are that they sit and wait for residents to contact them or send them emails to report potholes. I think as members we have a duty to be proactive and responsible, and I don't think waiting till election times and then using that in literature campaigns is the right way to do things. So just wanted to put that on record as well. But I would like to say that the highways manager that I have in my ward, she's fantastic. Don't know if any of you follow me on Facebook, but you'll see regular updates on things we are doing for in my ward, not just highways issues, but on the highways front, we've just had some roads which were riddled in potholes repatched, and I use my highways local fund for that. So again, I'd like to thank the highways team and that funding to allow me to do that. And I think since 2008, when I started a campaign to improve roads in my ward, even before I was a councillor, and also to improve parking situation in my ward, we have created hundreds of extra parking spaces for local residents, free parking, and we have also had approximately 25 roads resurfaced in my ward. And like I said, that's just down to being proactive and working together in partnership with the highways manager and the highways team and Councillor Vernon Smith as well, who's always out and about, and I'm sure he'll be happy to come and meet members where there are issues in your ward as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor David Willingham.
Thank you, Chair. Let me add my congratulations to you and your Vice Chair on your re-election as well. I think where I come to this from is in an urban ward, district, urban division, and the struggles there are different from rural colleagues, but they are equally challenging. We have high streets with dangerous parking, with people parking on zebra crossings. It would be quite useful to be able to get the zebra crossing raised to the same level as the pavement so that the vehicles physically have to slow down. But my highways local budget is not sufficient for that, not necessarily just because of the cost of the raising the tarmac, but because of the drainage concerns, which involves considerable amounts of digging to stop water pooling on all four corners of the zebra crossing. I have roads that are cul-de-sacs that really should be turned into home zones and turned into something that has a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, where the expectation is that vehicles drive at less than 20, so that we can go back to having effectively children using and adults using the shared space safely. But that costs huge amounts of money as well. And my highways local budget is not sufficient, and my local highway manager doesn't have that budget either. I want to focus on things like school safety. I have spent some of my highways local outside one of the schools in the division I represent, but there is more than one school, and how we drop the speed limit to 20 in areas around schools and install traffic calming measures that are effective is another thing that I do not have enough highways local money to deal with. One of my borough council colleagues brought forward a motion trying to make it safer to cross into KG5 at a junction, and there was a petition which I handed in, but there is no accident data to suggest that that needs to be done. It therefore isn't. And again, because it involves a raised junction, I have no way of funding that because of the drainage issues. The other thing I will say is, as a cyclist, the amount, if you're in a metal box, you have a lot more protection than a cyclist
20
does.
seconds,
And the near misses on the newly installed scheme on the A40, I had one when I cycled back on Monday, because you have to look three ways at the same time and there is no indication who has right of way. We need more investment in road safety, and we really, really need to listen to residents and advocacy groups, including those like the Cheltenham and Chips Recycling Campaign. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Willingham, thank you. Councillor Stephen Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and I was remiss earlier not to congratulate you and your Vice Chair on your appointment, so may I do that on this occasion. I've had 3 highways managers as well, and all of them have been excellent, and all of them have continued some proactive work. There's a message here about actually getting on and doing it rather than talking about it. I have at least 2 parish councils who've used highways local or Build Back Better to put in VAS cameras and put in signs, and they can tell me, because they now measure the speed, the improvement and the change in behaviour. Because speed isn't about just putting up a 20-mile-an-hour sign. It is actually about educating people and getting that change in behaviour. And VAS cameras moved. Slimbridge is particularly good at this. They move theirs every 2 weeks to maximise its effectiveness. And Highways Manager has worked with them to find spots and locations to do that and been really proactive. So I don't understand what we've been hearing today about them not being proactive and not thinking outside of the box. The announcement will accelerate this because it will put finance into doing that, where parish councils have paid using their own money for fast cameras in the past and signage, or used My Highways Local or even My Build Back Better. And finally, actually, it's interesting, my highways manager postponed a meeting with one of my community groups, and again, it's not only parish councils, it's community groups as well, because they knew there was going to be an announcement coming. So I don't think there was any big secret there that was being hidden from anybody.
Councillor Davis, thank you. Councillor Pam Tracy.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Councillor Patel said. First of all, we share our money sometimes because his ward is adjacent to mine, and isn't that right? And if we got a problem and he needs a little bit more money and I got some money, we share it. I got great admiration for the highways team. They don't just deal with us individually. They have many, many councillors who are at their beck and call. I've got to say that I don't know if I can name them or whatever, but the young lady who's been working tirelessly has been spot on. And the other young lady, we all know our Sally Godwin, absolutely wonderful. I remember when she first started here. She is absolutely brilliant too. But you've got to keep remembering that they have, could be staffing, but they got to do the old county. Then we have Councillor Vernon over there. I've always found him willing to come out. He said, oh, just let them know and I will come out. And I can't be bothered to let the others know to get him to come out in a nice way. But we are going to have a meeting. We had a big problem in Rantoni Road the other week where the water mains burst. And what happened was, I can't say yes, hit the fan, but it was terrible. And those poor, that one young lady, the abuse she had on the phone from some residents who stirred it up. And it all sorted itself out on the second or third day. And it had to be done. Those highways people worked day and night to do it. They were brilliant. The people, the team who came out, but I wouldn't say as I was more also waterways, which Severn Trent, which they worked together. But our problem was signage. We have a lot of problems with signage as well, but we sorted that out. And I must say, the work was done, not 6 weeks, but it was done in 4 weeks. But you also got to remember, like us, some are dedicated and some are not dedicated to what they do. And you get bush's workers who just shove these O's up. But the problem is we don't check enough. We all need checking. And the point is, we get these contractors who come in, and it was proven, and just shove crap in these O's, where we had to go out and redo it. So, you know, do a bit of homework on it too. So we need to go back to the people we employ to need to be checking. I remember that they use cheap filling where we were paying them for the most expensive filling. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, really, you're only as good as your officers. I would never be on this council for 30 years if it wasn't for my officers who keep me going. But I got to say, you know, step back a bit, have patience, and it will get done. You know, perhaps we could all put something and get another employee to work. But, you know, please, they do so much work.
Thanks,
and
Tracy.
highways is the most important as well, is parking in trees. But thank you for Vernon and to your team. They're wonderful. You ought to take them out, that party, yeah. But they are wonderful. But hopefully you will get your potholes and everything done. Hallelujah.
Thank you, Councillor Tracy. Councillor Stefan Foyfield.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your reappointment. Road safety is obviously an incredibly important issue, and I think we've heard some good things today on road safety. I've been working with highways on crossings in my area, pedestrian crossings, and I've always found that they've been really constructive in improving road safety in those regards. And generally, actually, I've found that road safety is probably one of the most important, is the most important thing they have in their minds. They see it as their main responsibility to ensure the safety of residents and car drivers as well. And I think I've always been impressed by that sense of duty that they have. And my highways manager has always been incredibly constructive when I've always brought up issues on road safety and also pavements as well. And actually, almost to the sometimes residents can get frustrated because they almost think they're too safe conscious. And I think, again, that's a marker of the responsibility that they take on their shoulders. On a wider point, I find that I've only been a member of this council for about a year, but I found that nearly every time I come into a chamber or I come here, there's some sort of debate about highways. And we sometimes get this sort of sanctimonious tone about road safety. And every time I will continue to remind members, particularly from Cheltenham, why did you support Boots Corner? Why did you support a scheme that was a shared space with cars and pedestrians? We still do not get any apologies from the members opposite about that scheme. And I think it's a disgrace that you can come and have come and talk about those issues here, while you never have actually offered a formal apology for that scheme. So please, I'll open the floor to you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fifield. Are there any more speakers before we go to the seconder of the amendment, Councillor Hawthorne? I'm seeing no one. Councillor Hawthorne.
Oh, we managed to get a lot of way off track there. And I'm standing up scratching my head, if I'm being brutally honest. Councillor Harris went on talking about how our amendment undermines the motion. I think Roger Wybone was equally making that point, that he couldn't support the motion because of the fundamental changes we've made to that amendment. So can I just bring up the amendment again? Because I don't think anyone bothered to read it. We have changed one paragraph, which is a statement, which we felt did not reflect what was actually going on. Scroll down, scroll down. This council's resolves we haven't touched at all. Not one single word has been touched. That's how much we've undermined it. We have just spent best part of an hour talking about this topic. We will now not be talking about knife crime. We will now not be talking about violence against women and girls. I think that this has been a complete waste of an hour. Because fundamentally speaking, every councillor signed up to that resolution at the bottom there. Signed up to the resolution calling on Cabinet to work with the Environment Scrutiny and Fire and Rescue Scrutiny to develop a policy of ongoing dialogue with our residents to see road safety measures proactively installed in our communities. Practically the sentiment of every single Lib Dem speech that we've had in the last 55 minutes. So when you leave this chamber, and when you reflect on the two motions we haven't discussed, reflect on whether or not you used your time wisely. Because I do not believe
Chair,
no, sit down.
Chair, on a point of order, he's insulting members for debating a motion that was down first of all. His own colleagues have been involved in this debate as
Sit
well.
down.
What's the point of order?
He should retract that statement.
I'm not going to retract it at all. I'm not going to retract it at all.
Can I remind
every
Chair,
single one of
that
you.
It's the
No,
Constitution
Jeremy, it is
that
my
limits
time to
the time
speak.
to 2 hours that his administrations insist upon. We don't have it at the City Council.
My
we
time
know
to
how
speak.
to manage time.
Mr. Chairman, my time to speak.
He's talked it out, if anybody has.
My time to speak.
Councillor Hilton. Reader, if you've got a problem, then you need to take it to the Constitution Committee.
Yeah, well, he's got a problem. I haven't got a problem.
Councillor Hilton.
Can I just have 30 seconds to sum up? Because I believe he's probably eaten most of that away.
Absolutely. Carry on, Leader.
Thank you very much. We all knew what was on the agenda today. We all saw 4 motions. We all had 2 hours. We all fully expected at last week's group meeting that we'd get through all 4 of these motions. And yet, for some unknown reason, despite the fact that we probably agree on 99% of what this motion is talking about, and 100% of what it actions the council to do, we have wasted 55 minutes and will now not debate two equally as important issues. I think that's a disgrace.
Thank you. We go back to the mover of the amendment and then to yourself after, Councillor Hodkinson. So it's over to Councillor Norman. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will endeavour to be brief because I completely endorse what the Leader has just said and the seconder of my amendment. This was a road safety amendment to a motion that was delivered on road safety. Obviously, there are issues around the highways because engineering has an equal part to play in the issues of potentially has an equal part to play in the number of people who can be killed or seriously injured on our roads. But I didn't want to bring up the history, but I will. The reason why there hasn't been over the last X number of years, I think it's probably about 7, why there hasn't been consultations out in the communities is because the previous Police and Crime Commissioner chucked his toys out of the pram and closed down the Road Safety Partnership. What I'm trying to do is bring it back. What I'm trying to do is to get us out into the communities, and I accept what's said. We need to consult with the communities. We need to listen to what they're saying. We need to bring in 20 is plenty. We need to bring in Community Speed Watch. If the previous Police and Crime Commissioner had had a spine and had actually agreed with what we were trying to do, none of this debate today would have been necessary, because road safety would have been where it should have been over the last 7 or 8 years. Now, there has to be cooperation. There has to be collaboration. Those who have a statutory responsibility have to do the work, but they have to hear from the communities. I'm desperately disappointed that that slight amendment to that original motion will not be supported. I'm appalled. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Norman, thank you. Councillor Paul Hodkinson.
Yeah, I think, I mean, what I've just heard from the Leader of the Council, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with you, but the last couple, seriously, the last couple of meetings, you have lost it big time at times. You have treated people with disrespect, and you should know better, right? Seriously. No, I am serious about that, and I'm talking on behalf of members of my group. Now, there's 2 other things I want to say about this, yeah? We disagreed with the amendment, but let's go back to why we're talking about this. 14 people have lost their lives this year in our county. That's why it's an important topic. That's why we're talking about it. That's why it's not a waste of time. For you to say it's a waste of time is appalling. Think about those people who've lost their lives, their families, etc. That's why I'm so riled about it. But most importantly, when you say that we are wasting people's time, Tory after Tory councillor, your colleagues, got up and spoke. They didn't need to. If you were managing your group effectively, they didn't need to stand up. You'd have got to the motions that actually we all were keen to get to. So please do not use that language in this chamber. And if necessary, reprimand your councillors, all of them, who got up and spoke. Yes, I'm angry. I'm angry because this is a really, really important subject. We will not support this motion. We will not support this amendment. We will not support this amendment. No laughing, please. We will not support this amendment because we take this topic seriously. End of.
Members, please. Respect. Let's see some respect, members. Members, we're now going to vote on the amendment. So we're all clear on the amendment? Everyone clear on the amendment? All those in favour of the amendment, please show. Those against the amendment?
22, because Joe's gone. 22.
So the amendment
So the
amendment is supported and becomes a substantive motion by 28 votes to 22. So the amended motion now takes place of the original substantive motion, and back to Councillor Hodkinson to say a few more words if he wishes.
Nothing more.
Thank you, members. So we now go to the vote on the now substantive motion. All those in favour, please show.
What a waste of time. What a freaking waste of time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It's unanimous, is it?
yeah, that is unanimous. Yeah, just double check for abstaining. No one abstaining.
Anyone against or any abstentions? So thank you, members. That is now passed. Members, we've got 28 seconds. So can I...
Mr. Chairman, I think in all respect to the two motions on the table, attempting to start that debate now would not do those motions the credit they deserve. And I would hope that maybe opposition groups would allow these motions to appear first on the order paper for the next meeting.
Chair, we've got 28 seconds. The motion can start. If everybody puts a hand up at the beginning, we can debate the third motion. There's no reason we've got 20. We have not run out of time. That's what the Constitution says.
Mr. Chairman, if Councillor Hilton thinks that 28 seconds is enough time to debate knife crime, seriously.
Okay.
Can I ask the monitoring officer to explain that the third motion, if you've got time, as long as members put their hands up at the beginning, it can go over the 2-hour limit, but it has to be done. And we have 28 seconds to do that, or we did have.
We are now out of time. The motions could be withdrawn with the permission of the proposer and the will of council anyway, so I think it's immaterial.
Thank you, Rob. Councillor Nick Housden, happy to withdraw the motion?
Don't have much option, do we?
Councillor Cathy Williams? Yes, I'd like to see it on the Okay, I think that's a very, very valid point due to the importance of that. 22 members spoke on the last debate, and so there you have it. So, yeah. So we will now break for lunch. Please reconvene at 13:20, 1:20. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Take our seats and set up for the last bit of the meeting. What?
Thank you, members. Before we go on to item 12, the members' questions, Simon, Head of Democratic Services, would just like to say a few words on an issue, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just the related party transactions. Because they're part of the accounts, we do need to have them all back, even if they're nil returns. And I think we put 20 around before the meeting. So the members that hadn't returned them, they were on their desks. That was the information from accounts earlier in the week. There's another one. So please do try to return. If you had one on your desk, please do try to return it by the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, members. So we've got 45 minutes allocated to members' questions. We've got about the same in questions, I believe, not far away. 44. So without any further ado, the first question, Councillor Hodkinson. Supplementary.
Thank you. Yes, to Vernon. Thanks for your answer, Vernon. I think what I was driving at was that often residents feel that there are too many people that they could talk to in a flooding event, and they get very confused, which is why the suggestion that there should be one port of call, excuse the pun, should be done. So I know you've given me an answer, but the point is, it's not really addressing what people are saying, that they need one point of contact. And surely, if Gloucestershire County Council, for you, this is the question, surely if Gloucestershire County Council is the strategic flooding authority, then actually that role of being the point of contact should surely sit with this council, shouldn't it?
Yes, thank you, Paul. Yes. My thinking would be more if Gloucester County Council is the lead local flood authority, that's the umbrella position, it actually is supporting that meeting, which is in the Cotswolds. And I see what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. You want a point of call. My thoughts would be is, well, what about a spokesperson from the Cotswold District team that, because you're meeting in GCC we take part, then they could coordinate the agenda outcomes to all various stakeholders within that meeting. So I'd have thought maybe Cotswold District Council comms team would disseminate the information out, would be a good way forward, because obviously County Council, we're part of it, but we're an equal stakeholder to it too. For thoughts, I'm happy to talk with you later if you've got any other ideas. Cheers, thank you.
Thank you both. Question to Councillor Colin Hay.
Thank you, Chair. It's a supplementary question on 2, and I understand the point about Tour of Britain itself, keeping it confidential until afterwards, but my guess will be that the Cabinet member will have some idea of the costs to GCC and the benefits that will come to GCC from having the event here. So I wondered if he'd be willing to share that kind of information with us, if not immediately, as soon as possible, so that we know that it was good value for money.
Yeah, I am happy to do that. We're not deliberately trying to hide anything from you. I know members think we're always trying to hide things as the administration. We're not. The key issue for us is we want to be able to get some of our sponsorship costs back in sponsorship. And so that relationship with Tour Britain will become evident, I think, when all of this is done and dusted. And we also are doing a work to make sure we capture all of the economic benefits that will come from having the tour in the county. And we've got some work going on about that at the moment, specifically across the 2 tours, obviously the women's tour, which is in a couple of weeks' time, and the men's tour that's in September. So that work is ongoing. And so once that's done, we're more than happy to share.
Thank you both. Councillor Hay, question 3.
Yes, I'll desist from suggesting that actually more is being spent in areas which are under Conservative administration than the Lib Dem administration in 2017. So, you know, I wouldn't want to go there. But what I will say is, you know, that. No, sorry, I've actually forgotten the point I was going to make, so apologies for that. Yeah.
Was that a question? I'm not sure.
I don't think we got there. Thank you. Councillor Roger Wyburn, number 4.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Vernon, for your answer, which is constructive. I get it that GCC has wanted to put extra resource into this event, and why not? But can the Cabinet member assure us that this money will be taken from a separate budget because of the event and not robbed from the general highways repairs budget?
Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your supplementary. First of all, can I just say, what fantastic news the Tour of Britain is, and you would agree with me, the Tour of Britain is coming to Gloucestershire, and also, you note stage 6, I'd point out that the women's stage is stage 3, I believe, on the 8th of June. So what a fantastic thing for the community, for business, for tourism, for Gloucestershire. So I just think it's such welcome news. And I'd like to put that on the record. In relation to your question, obviously we will make sure we're working with the cycle managers which they're in, so we're checking the road network. But as always, the road network is followed by safety and asset management, and we will continue to do that all over Gloucestershire's network. In relation, if you wanted to bear with me to help the previous question, I could give a list of all the Cheltenham schemes that we're currently doing, if that would help Councillor Hay intimating about Cheltenham in 2017. We've got an entire list I could read out, Chair, if you wanted to, of all the previous schemes that we've done, and the previous schemes in the forwarding schemes, for example, on Cheltenham Road, on Evesham Road in Cheltenham alone, there's a huge scheme starting on the 6th of June. So we've got a massive programme of part of that 100 million. In Cheltenham, by this list, and I'm sure I can give you this list, Councillor Hay, has done very well out of the 150 million and now the 100 million pounds investment into highways. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Wyburn, question 5.
Thank you again, Chair, and thank you to the Cabinet member for your comprehensive answer. Losing the 49 million is obviously very concerning. So what indications has the DFE given to GCC on whether there'll be any future rounds of funding for public transport at levels to match the 49 million required for our BSIP? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Roger, for your question. We had quite an extensive letter from the DFT, and it made it really clear that this was not a final no. In fact, I noticed at one point in something you put out, Roger, into the media, you cited lack of ambition. Actually, that letter from DFT that letter was saying that we were not among the 30% to receive funding, but it actually said it encouraged us to maintain our ambition for bus service improvements. It actually encouraged us to maintain our ambition. So, you know, the idea that somehow it was because we were lacking in ambition, you know, I really do want to point that out. So, but also in that letter, it said there were further rounds of funding likely to be available, and also that we should continue to implement the aspects of the bus service improvement plan that we'd already committed to and could continue with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Baker, question 6.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vernon. Given the high priority this administration gives to road safety, and given the cost of installing a pedestrian crossing, I'm staggered that you can't tell me how many crossings have been installed in the last 5 years. Do you want to revisit that answer?
Well, what I would say on that issue is, when you talk about road safety, you just said road safety, and then you talk about crossings, pedestrian crossings. Pedestrian crossings are just one of the type of things that we can do for road safety. So it's 20 mile an hour, there's speed bumps, there's traffic calming measures, various types of street furniture that can be put in for road safety. So when we talk about road safety, pedestrian crossings are part of that road safety, but they're just one of the parts. In relation to the question how many we've put in on road safety, I will talk to the officers to see what we can look at on that, because some of them are part of schemes, and so I can't give a full commitment now, but I will talk to the officers to see if you can get an actual figure of where they were put in for a road safety issue, because there are other issues where they're put in as well.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Question 7. Councillor Baker, no. Question 8. Question 8, Councillor Baker.
This is a particularly pertinent question in Cheltenham and many other towns. The default use of tarmac to replace slabs in paved areas. The answer says that sometimes a temporary repair in tarmac is completed. That's not the case. It's virtually every single time roads and pavements are dug up that tarmac is used as the infill, and it lies there for months and months and is a blight. Now, I think we need to have a far more proactive policy with all these utility companies on replacing slabs with slabs at the same time.
Yes, thank you, Paul, for the supplementary. Yes, in an ideal world, when a slab was broken, you'd replace it with exactly the same type of slab. But obviously, that is not possible, because what the County Council Highways Department's first priority, and we've just said safety is paramount, is we need to make the footpath or the location safe. So obviously, in the times of an emergency where you've got a broken slab, we will use tarmacadam to make the area safe. To reassure you that they get put back correctly from utility works or whatever the reason is companies have, a utility company has 6 months to replace that with like for like. So to give you that assurance, it is done, but the other reason why it's done in tarmac very often, very quickly, is because of safety. We need to make sure the network is safe, that footpath is safe, and we use that material to do a temporary repair.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Question 9, Councillor Baker.
The system's not working, Vernon. In your answer here, you say we have raised over 750 defect charges. The system is not working. The utility companies are not doing what they should be doing. You need to adopt a far more stringent policy. This is not working at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Question 10, Councillor Baker.
And my last one. The new Leckhampton School, the main catchment area is my area of Cheltenham Park and College. It's ridiculous to say that that area is too far away from the school to be able to carry out a safe travel, cycling and walking audit, because most of the pupils are going to be coming from that area. Can this be revisited, please?
Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you for the supplementary, Paul. Obviously, on the Old Bath Road, for example, I've been working with Councillor Nelson and Alex Chug MP, looking at that location for a safety and possible crossing, but looking how to move it forward. In relation also to what you're saying, I would urge that you talk. I hear what you're telling me. I would urge you to talk to your local highways manager and raise the concerns that you're saying, because our highways development management team would be keen to hear perhaps suggestions that you would like to put forward for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Spivey, question 11.
No supplementary.
Question 12.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your response. Some very interesting figures there. So if I make it correct, it would suggest that in the year 2020, less than 5% of claims were paid out. In 2021, it was about 5%, and this year to date, less than 1% of claims were made out. That would seem to suggest that in those years, between 95 and 99% of claims were essentially made falsely, which yeah, it would make out that we've got a lot of people trying to scam us out of money. Have you ever considered that might be indicating that the system is not correct, that our system for assessing the claims?
Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you for your supplementary. Obviously, Councillor, I think you're giving me your personal opinion. I'm looking at the facts and figures, and they are variable. I've got other local authorities I can give you where they vary and their variations.
Just these ones.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to say, it's your opinion. I don't see I don't see the link that you're saying. You're giving me your opinion. What I'm trying to tell you is, looking at other local authorities to ourselves, to the issues, to the valuations, it's variable.
I don't. Okay, well, I just want to clarify, because the figures that I've got here, sorry, is that to date, in 2022, we've had 186 claims, and yet we've paid 2. In 2021, we had 548 claims. We paid out 36. So that is, that's sort of suggesting that 95% of the claims we refused, that they were then essentially made falsely, which would seem to suggest to me that
you can't make that. You cannot come to that conclusion. What I would say is each one's individual, and each case is individual. It's variable. It's variable like all other local authorities, and I don't see how you're structuring your case to come to those conclusions. Quite bizarre.
Question 13, Councillor Spivey.
yes, I guess it's the same kind of thing. So we seem to be proud of the fact that we don't pay out, even though our residents are saying that their cars are being damaged. We pay out only 10%, although it seems to be less than that in these previous years, and then other authorities pay out around 60%. Do we think, therefore, that we have more people who are making false claims in this district?
Smith.
Sorry, I just think that, Councillor, that is your opinion, your conclusion. I can give you, after this meeting, other local authorities, shares in claims paid out. We're much of a muchness, so I've got the latest. I can't see how you've come to that conclusion. That is your own personal opinion, and I would answer.
Sorry, but you...
Councillor Spivey.
Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Smith has given you an offer. Please speak to him after the meeting and see if you can clarify it. Thank you. Question 14.
Thank you. Yes. In this one, again, I think, you know, I've got not just this resident, I've got several residents who have contacted me about defects and damage that has occurred to their cars. A lot of the time it's tyres and wheels because of the potholes. Unfortunately, unlike Councillor Patel, I've got quite a lot in my division. And I just wondered again whether you could look at this system because it does feel that in many instances, especially in big rural divisions like my own, not all potholes can be identified before somebody goes into them, and they seem to be rejected because we didn't know about it.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, trying to work out the question. I can't get involved in individual cases, but what I would say to you, if you do think there are, as I've answered you in my answer to your question, I'm happy for you to raise the issues with the risk manager to formally review any claim or for further details provided. So I would say talk to your local highways manager or the risk manager on any individual cases that you feel that you have concerns with.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor 15, sorry. Question 15, Councillor Spivey. Close. Councillor Spivey.
Question 15.
No supplementary, thank you. I did. So sorry, so sorry. I apologise, got distracted. Councillor Halifax distracted me. Yes, thank you for this response. It would seem that in the time since the booking system has been used, that there's been almost a doubling in fly tipping. Does the Cabinet member think that we are simply pushing the responsibility for the cost of fly tipping to the districts?
Councillor Gray.
Again, I hate to use data, but this was obviously an extraordinary period that we've gone through. So understanding exactly why, and I accept that those are the patterns, fly tipping has increased, why that's increased, whether it was something to do with lockdowns and how people decided to leave their lives and what they decided to do, etc. I don't know. Fly tipping is not the responsibility of the County Council. It is something that I personally think is appalling and we need to do more. It is the district council responsibility. There are plenty of spaces at our operated sites. There's more spaces so people can, and thanks to the booking system, you can be certain about getting access to the site. What I think has happened here is there's a change in people's behaviours, remembering that we are not responsible for commercial waste being dealt with. They should be, most of this fly tipping is commercial waste that shouldn't be coming to our sites in the first place. It should be going to commercial sites. I think I would also encourage our borough councils, our district councils, to take a more aggressive approach in terms of prosecuting. They can persecute them as well, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to fly tipping. But there is a great variety. For example, Gloucester are doing very well. They've had 47 prosecutions against and 1,138 fixed penalty notices in the last year, whereas Stroud, for example, only had 994 fixed penalty notices and only 6 fixed penalty notices and only 1 prosecution. So I do think we need to work as a county council with our borough councils to figure out how can we press the right buttons to reduce this antisocial behaviour.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Question 16, Councillor Robinson.
No supplementary for 16 or 17. Thank you to the Cabinet member for the reply.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Turner is absent. For 19, for 20, for 18, for 21. 22, Councillor Eggenbarth.
Thank you, Chair. So just to summarise both my questions, actually this isn't so much a question as more of an apology. Usually these questions would go to a highways manager. Unfortunately, my highways manager is so busy dealing with so many other divisions, he's apparently unable to reply to myself or parishes. That's not anything to say about his work ethic. If he was a superhero, I'll call him the Blur, because he's travelling around so much, dealing with so many issues. But I guess this just goes back to the previous debate that we had that highlights that maybe our highways managers need additional resources in order to help members and also local parishes and other groups as well. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, obviously your local highways manager, unfortunately, we've got a long-term sickness and we've got other local highways managers who have stepped up to the plate to cover on their fellow colleagues' behalf. You didn't really ask me a question about
No, that's why I said it's not a question. It's an apology. So thank you for your answers. For
okay, what I would say is with your question 23, you're talking about your request for resurfacing. I think you would agree with me that the County Council's Conservative administration, you are benefiting also from that 100 million investment into your roads. And I think you've got some fantastic schemes we've already delivered in Bishop's Cleeve and we're currently going to be bringing forward in the near future.
Chair, as I didn't actually ask a question, I'm going to ask it retrospectively. If that's the case, why have I had to kick a massive amount of my highways local to get this road sorted, even though my predecessor had apparently been pushing for it for years, or there's no evidence of that? There's also the fact that it's disintegrating in large parts of the pedestrian crossing on that road. But thank you for your answer.
So that was part of 23?
That was an opportunity for us to move on, Chair.
Thank you. Question 24, Councillor Becky Oyland. Thank you, Becky. Question 25, Councillor Linda Cohen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawthorne, for your answer regarding the Levelling Up conference which takes place tomorrow. You've said to me, or you've referred me to actually what the conference is about, so thank you for reminding me. But I see no evidence of anybody talking about education in terms of the lineup of speakers. I'm also really disappointed to note that this incredibly important topic only commands 2.5 hours tomorrow afternoon in terms of time being devoted to it. But there's nothing else to say because obviously I'll reserve judgment until we see what happens tomorrow. Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you. I mean, how disingenuous can you be that you criticise an event before it's even taken place? Crikey. The fact of the matter is tomorrow is a listening exercise as part of an ongoing journey of delivering on the Levelling Up agenda for communities. So I do hope you take the opportunity to come in person. I know you've been offered a ticket. I hope you take the opportunity to listen to communities and hear what they have to say. And I hope that you will take part in further debates I'm sure we will have for this and further meetings we'll have for this go forward. But to criticise it before it happens, well, you know, turn up and be surprised.
Thank you, Leader. Question 26, Councillor David Willingham.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for the answer. Given the short length of trip done by, or the average short length of cycling journey, does the fact that we are investing in a 26-mile cycling spine rather than trying to make local areas more cycle friendly, a point that's been raised very well by the Cheltenham and Tewkesbury cycling campaign, suggests that the balance of funding is not quite right in increasing cycling provision in the county.
Councillor Smith.
Well, what I would say is, again, what fantastic news for Gloucestershire County Council. 14 million investment into the cycling in Gloucestershire. And in relation to the question about the spine route, which joining Cheltenham and Gloucester, it's actually a strategy for the whole of Gloucestershire. And that route is so important as a spine, because all the other cycle routes that we're trying to achieve locally, where we'll use SIL money in 106, we're trying to put in little sections at a time to join up with that route. So I strongly believe in 5 years' time we will be able to get on a bicycle in Tewkesbury and cycle all the way down to Tetbury without ever going on a road, and I think that's going to happen. What I also think is in relation to short distances that you've asked me, I don't know what, you know, all I can say is I did 10 miles the other day on an e-bike and it was really good fun. So what I'm trying to say is everyone will cycle as far or as little as they want to do. The main thing is the arterial route is there. So if you do want to go from Tewkesbury, and I would on an e-bike, to Tetbury, then you can. If you only want to go a mile down the road, you can. But I think it's fantastic news for Gloucestershire, and I look forward to it being built.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. 27, Councillor Willingham.
Nothing for 27, but for 28, which, if the underground cabling is owned and I would say maintained, but that might be a bit of a stretch by Western Power Distribution. What escalation route is there if Western Power Distribution are not maintaining the cabling to even keep the lights on? I have had constituents where a whole road has mostly been in darkness since December, and quite frankly, they must be meeting their not missing their service level agreement, and there must be some escalation route. So, what is that escalation route, and when will the county follow that up, please?
Well, first of all, you know, and you do point out, David, that it is a Western Power Distribution, so those cables are theirs. And I do understand your residents' frustrations with when will this be upgraded. I think what a good way forward for yourself would be to talk to your local highways manager, who can give you direct contact to customer services at Western Power Distribution, and so you can raise your concerns and residents' concerns with the amount of time it's taken. As to street works, our team would be looking at the columns, the standard of columns. I think it's 60,000 columns, and we've changed all the LED street lighting, which I think is another fantastic environmentally proactive thing that the County Council has done. It saves 50% on our electric bills, and I think it's 70% on maintenance. I'm sorry, it was just a fantastic environmental issue. I would say raise that with the local highways manager and see if you can raise it through Western Power Direct, because I think that would be a good way forward for yourself.
Thank you. Question 29.
Nothing on 29, Chair, but on 30, where you've said it was just the candidates, the Conservatives actually, the group, the Cheltenham group of Conservatives, endorsed the statement. And the leader of the Conservative group on Cheltenham Borough Council is a cabinet member on this authority. So we all want this to happen. We all want Cheltenham's paving to be improved. So I'm just wondering whether this was making a pledge that the Cheltenham Conservatives couldn't keep because the County Council is not going to deliver on it, or whether it was the fastest U-turn in local government.
Councillor Smith.
No, I disagree with that statement. In answer to your question, obviously it's Cheltenham Civic Society, and it was up to local candidates to pledge whether they did or didn't. What was interesting, I thought, was how Liberal candidates put forward very much potholes without actually putting any funding towards it. So I think it would be interesting for Cheltenham borough councillors to look at the millions that they raise in their car parks and see if they wanted to put some of that money that they raise in car park tickets towards road maintenance, because Gloucestershire County Council Highways Department would be very interested to do some partnership working with Cheltenham Borough Council using that excessive amount of money that you raise in your car parks.
Thank you. Councillor William, Councillor William, number 31. Thank you. 32. Thank you, Councillor Willingham. Councillor Bloxham, 33.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Could you please clarify then whether the Department for Transport has rejected Gloucestershire's bid because it lacked ambition, or was it because it was too ambitious? And could you share any letter or written feedback that's been received from the department? Thank you.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you for your question. Well, as I referred to in my earlier answer, I can share some details on that. I'll say it again because it's worth saying again, actually, because there has been a suggestion made quite publicly that we were unsuccessful in this bid because we lacked ambition, and that is categorically untrue. The letter, and I will share it with you, I think it's out there for anyone to see, but I'll send it to you personally, John. The letter states very, very clearly that we were to maintain our ambition. Now, I understand that to mean a recognition that actually we were ambitious, and they recognised that in the BSIP. And anyone who has read the BSIP in detail, it's about 70-odd pages, cannot fail but to recognise the ambition in that bid. However, we have asked for more detailed feedback to help us identify which elements of the bid were good, and we know there are a great many of them, and which elements of the bid that we feel or that they feel are worth developing more. And until we see that feedback, it would be unwise to draw any conclusions. There's something else in the letter. I think you'll enjoy it when you read it, John. I hope so. Because the letter also states that in many cases, the missing out on funding was a very narrow one. And I suspect, actually, we were in that position. And that's a direct quotation from the letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 34, Councillor Bloxham.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you for the answer. In relation to 34, we clearly have a gap between our maintained ambition and the resources available. So what plans will the Cabinet member bring forward to address the gap between our ambition and the resources available?
Councillor Robinson.
Well, thank you again. I think it's worth saying, actually, let's be in no doubt that this was a huge disappointment, even though we were certainly open to the idea that we wouldn't be awarded the full amount. It was certainly expected that we would receive a very significant sum. So it was a huge disappointment. But as I said in the letter, we're urged to carry on with the things which we can carry on with. And let's just look at some of the things that we're actually doing. £2.6 million for bus priority at the junctions already agreed. That was in the MTFS funding. £1.352 million for demand responsive transport. That fund was successful and we're expecting a summer launch. Tomorrow it comes before the Joint Economic Growth Committee. A feasibility study, £850,000 overall into the mass rapid transport. I hope that Stroud councillors and Cheltenham councillors support that this time, actually, because they didn't last time it came before the Joint Economic Growth Committee. And we continue to work on electrification considerations. So we're trying to do as much as we can, but the letter makes it clear that it is not a final no. Again, that's a direct quotation. And there will be other funding streams available. And it's our job to make sure that we're in tune with those when they come along and we succeed in further bids. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Question 35.
Thank you. So in relation to the bus service support grant, which ends in October, what specific action will be taken to mitigate the loss of that funding?
And thank you again for your question. There's lots of actions already being taken to protect our bus services. I'll give you one example more recently. When Stagecoach, rather disappointingly, let us know that they were pulling the plug on their 132 and 32 service from Gloucester beyond Newent, we stepped in to help. We couldn't help to the tune of £200,000 a year, which is what Stagecoach were losing, but with the help of some cross-party work, and I'm looking particular at Councillor Mosley, we managed to put initiatives in place to overcome the problems for that local community. And should it be the case that in October, when that COVID recovery funding is no longer there and problems do arise, we will do everything we can. We'll be inventive, just as we were in that Newent situation, because that's our role, and I think we've succeeded in doing it very well. In the letter from Baroness Veer, which came about the extension of the COVID recovery funding from April to October, the DFT did make it quite clear that what they're trying to do is strike a balance between maintaining funding for the sector and returning greater commercial risk to operators by moving away from an emergency funding model. And I hope that councillors across the room will recognise that an emergency funding model is not the way to proceed. It's not the economically sound thing to do, and we have to find a better way forward than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. 36, Councillor Bloxham.
Nothing on that one, sir.
37.
Well, thank you for the reply on this one. I note that Councillor Drew will be involved with the engagement event that's happening this evening. I think that's the third one that he's attended. But I would ask you to accept that given the importance that's being placed on public engagement, I understand there are significant issues. It would have been beneficial to have ensured that the divisional member was engaged by officers at an early stage.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you for that, and I repeat the apology. I think apologies should be made when appropriate. Yes, I've also spoken to Councillor Drew at the event last week. There is another one tonight and another one on the 1st of June, and I've spoken to him about continued involvement in the community liaison.
Councillor Bloxham, 38.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Given that the Cabinet had made a decision, I believe, in its meeting in March to proceed with this project, what would your message be to residents who are concerned about the validity of the public engagement process which is happening subsequent to the Cabinet decision?
So the Cabinet decision was the allocation of budget to this project. There are clearly decisions as we go down the road. But the public consultation has started. I was there last week, and we had an incredibly good turnout. I have to say I suspect it would be less good this evening because I think they were organised enough to all turn up on the same night. We have also, they have coordinated themselves and submitted a single consistent list of questions, which we are now working through, and we plan to have a panel question and answer session on the event on the 1st of June, which is the third and final consultation process. But I think more relevant in what came out of it, the conversations last week and going forward, is that it doesn't stop at those 3 meetings. We will be looking to set up some sort of community liaison group to capture issues as they go forward, particularly during the construction, but also in the ongoing running of Southfield House, and hopefully be able to address the local community's concerns. So we have a very comprehensive plan to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Bloxham, number 39.
Thank you, Chair. Is it not the case that in the FAQ issue there is reference to the possibility of extended hours, and in the survey questions raised with users and the public, the questions include what activities and services would you like to see in the proposed new location, and how much do you agree with the proposed move to the new location? Would you not accept that these are loaded and skewed questions? This suggests the output will be flawed.
No, I don't. And I think what we've put out to the residents of Stroud within a very detailed consultation process with the information we've got back is incredibly positive in many, many respects. And I'm comfortable as a Cabinet member, having seen the consultation document before it went out, that what went out was appropriate, it was not loaded, and I look forward to a positive conclusion.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. Number 40, Councillor Bloxham.
Nothing further, Chair. No, Chair.
42?
Nothing further, Chair.
Nothing further at all?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Willingham, number 44, the final one, which was quite a pleasure for me to allow under the circumstances.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was going to thank you for allowing this because the information came out after the question deadline had passed. Just to ask the Cabinet member, we've had concerns raised about the DMMO process by a member of the public earlier today. The information here suggests that the backlog is 168 cases and we dealt with 8 last year. You said you've put extra resources in and it will be monitored. When will the council clear this backlog of 168 cases? When do we actually plan to get to a state where people aren't waiting years for definitive map modification orders to be processed? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's true. We are in the recent budget. We have put in for 2 more members of staff to help with the Public Rights Away team. I did have a good conversation with Mr. Townley to talk about the issues that he raised here today, which was very positive. Yeah, in relation to yours, there will always be a backlog. It's a bit like maintenance. There's always going to be maintenance in highways. In the Public Rights Way, there will always be a backlog. What I do want to see, and what I'm trying to do working with officers, is to keep moving forward the relevant ones, which is where I mentioned to Mr. Townley about first stage, which I think is more a priority, to bring those towards the committee so the relevant action can be taken relevant consideration can be taken by the committee to action, and I think that's the way forward.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. 20 seconds left. We could have had another question, but there it is. But thank you. So thanks, members and the Cabinet members, for answering the questions. That brings us on to agenda item 13, the calendar of meetings, pages 45, 46. So I'm looking for approval from Council to approve the calendar of minutes.
Chair.
Of meetings.
Chair. On cross-checking this against my diary, it said that Audit and Governance is meeting on Eid. Is that appropriate?
On what?
Eid.
Yeah, the Democratic Services team are going to take that one away and come back to members on that. Fair point? Thank you. Councillor Evans.
This is a genuine question. I don't know who it's to really, but around, have we examined the how we make these meetings, the timing of these meetings, as inclusive as possible? Because I guess that the reason they're when they are in the day, 10 o'clock is just tradition and history, but thinking particularly around the council becoming representative across age groups in particular, and how difficult sometimes timings of meetings are if you work a day job, and also people who have care and responsibilities who are more likely to be women. I'm not making any suggestions. I just wonder whether there's scope for that to be looked at some point to make sure that these meetings, that we're not putting unnecessary barriers into people becoming councillors and coming and representing their communities here.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've had the debate recently, but certainly we've had a debate at some point in the past. It would be something that had to be taken through group leaders and eventually taken through Constitution Committee if it was to be made. It's one of those things on the surface. It sounds like a good thing to debate, and then when you start digging around underneath, it becomes far more complex. And that is the problem. I mean, it's always really easy. I always remember at City Council, you've got a 3-mile square radius of a city and people living within a district. There are people here that probably live a good hour and a half, if not further, drive away. So it does make it slightly technically more difficult to achieve. But, if group leaders want to debate it, it's worth another debate.
The agenda clash with districts would be our other worry. So Mark's point and districts are largely evenings, so we don't clash at the moment.
And if I may add, parish councils, those of us who've got parish councils, 10, 20 evening meetings.
It's a bit of motion. So I'm seeing a couple of other members' hands, but I'm quite content to leave this with the group leaders. Yeah, absolutely.
So breakfast meetings will have bacon butties and vegetarian alternatives.
I'm just going to allow Councillor Halifax has got something pertinent to say on this.
Yeah, I just would like to add a comment to Councillor Evans' comment there, and I'm not going to make a big point here, but I think intention does come into play. I absolutely recognise the complexity of organising a huge number of meetings, and the officers do a fantastic job juggling a very difficult set of competing schedules with a great deal of other external meetings as well. However, sometimes things are done really quite inexplicably. I'll give an example from my own experience where I was sitting on economic growth scrutiny. I went to my employer and had my work contract changed at the deficit of quite a lot of thousands of pounds of my income in order to do so, in order to attend that meeting, only to find at the next meeting that the following meetings were therefore all going to be on different days after the schedule had been laid out. That simply can't be right. That's not an intentional or respectful way to deal with people's time. And as Councillor Evans said, we are trying as a council to be more reflective of the communities that we serve. In business, we have to do this. We have to exercise flexibility and think about the way that people live their lives. You know, a number of our members are older, perhaps are retired, but a number of our members are now younger and have other responsibilities like work and families. And if at all possible, if we could exercise a little bit of attention and not change things without reference to people's diaries, that would be incredibly helpful.
Thank you. We will close the debate on that and leave it with the group leaders. Thank you.
Just need to formally agree it.
Yes. Everybody's happy with that if it proceeds via the group leaders. Yes? Everyone happy? Anybody not happy? Right. Thank you very much. And that concludes the business of this meeting. Thank you for your attendance and have a safe journey home.
I need cyclists.